Hello, everybody. Welcome to Coach Pupil League Season 5 casting of a whole slew of Tier 3 gameplay. Pretty much going through the full round 2 of games that don't include Operation Indecision. So Week 4, Week 5, and Week 6 is the game plan for today. It's going to be a lot of games. Should be about 14 best of 3s if we manage to make it that far. We're going to definitely get through 2, and depending on how I'm feeling, we're going to go even further. So, just to go ahead and get started, first up we'll have Samyang Fire versus Team Socialized Healthcare, whose name is just a little too long and doesn't fit onto my overlay, so that's a good time. The matches this week, or Week 4, for Samyang Fire versus Socialized Healthcare, went through all 3 of the non-mirror matchups, and then we also get a Terran versus Terran and a Zerg versus Zerg. So a good variety in the matchups that we're going to be able to observe today. And the maps for Week 4 were Fighting Spirit, Eddy, and Match Points. So we'll be starting off on 4-player maps, and then if we get to the match point, we'll be going to match point. I've casted a good number of players from both teams. Barisu, Moataz, Theseus, Zergling, Kamadaz, and Chesty. I believe I've cast Ford as well. So a lot of returning names coming for this cast. And then I believe we'll be able to see an interesting progression on Week 5 and 6 as a lot of these players do return to play again. So it'll be cool to see, hey, this is where they're at Week 4, this is where they're at Week 5, this is where each player's at Week 6, and see how their game changes week to week. But we've got a lot of games to cast, so let's go ahead and jump into our first matchup. It's going to be Barisu of Team Samyang Fire versus Moataz of Team Socialized Healthcare. All right, so in the top right, playing as our blue Terran player, we have Barisu. And in the bottom right, as our tan Protoss player, we have Moataz of Team Socialized Healthcare. Oh, looks like we had a pause and some let's see. Actually, don't like production being shown. And some chat coming from our players. So TVP is a frustrating matchup for both the Terran and the Protoss. So there's a lot of key indicators that I like to watch when I'm watching a Terran versus Protoss, which is, does the Protoss just kill the Terran before he's able to really get all his stuff up and going? And then is the Terran able to push across the map and fight the Protoss? Because really the Protoss doesn't want to be fighting the Terran head-on, if at all possible. So how the Protoss player tries to disrupt the Terran out of their game plan, and then can the Terran push across the map and fight effectively? Kind of the key indicators for this matchup. So both players opening up very standard. Barisu doing a good job with his SimCity. Depot to the right of the barracks. He's going to be able to micro around the Marine against any sort of Zealot harass that comes out. Meanwhile, Moataz just getting gateway up, gas. Nothing really too crazy to be concerned about gameplay-wise from either player. Gas coming up on 13 from Barisu. A little bit later than standard. You either see the 11 or the 12 most of the time. Not the end of the world, but maybe once a couple more minerals, maybe you might go 2 or 3 Marines before getting out the factory. for a siege expand type of deal. So both players are now choosing to go out and scout. Looks like Moataz is going to get the slight early game advantage, being able to just initially scout first. And it looks like Barisu's actually choosing to double scout here. Though this SCV is heading, nope, towards the middle of the map. Might be scouting for gateways in the middle before going to the other base. Barisu actually hasn't started his factory, but has already started a command center. So a little bit of an interesting build. It's not exactly a gasless expand. And just having the one SCV on the gas will mean that he'll be able to get the factory here pretty soon. We'll be hitting that 100 gas. Meanwhile, Moataz going to pick up Dragoon range, going to be able to go up and harass the bunker that is inevitably going to be built in front of the Terran command center. And a pylon from Moataz. This is sneaky. The one in front of the natural is also a little sneaky, but this pylon says like proxy reaver almost. So Moataz definitely with the 2 gates before the Nexus going to be looking to break down the front of the bunker and take out the natural, probably win the game. Barisu's just now starting to get factory tech up, so these ranged Dragoons are going to be able to get a good amount of damage up on this bunker. Oh, you can't. You're still in range? Ah! Okay. So, as soon as Dragoon range finishes, Barisu's going to have to repair this bunker. And it's a shield battery from Moataz. 2 pylons and a shield battery. Will be nice for this Dragoon that's taking a lot of Marine fire. And these 2 Marines have done a lot of work on these Dragoons. Just can't find the spot. Now that Dragoon range is finished, should be able to find a spot where he can attack without taking Marine fire. Now Barisu has to be diligent on repairing. Has SCVs in the bunker. Machine shop coming down. And another pylon at the front from Moataz. Looks like the bunker's not being repaired right now. Barisu just not paying enough attention. And the bunker goes down, and this is a disaster for our Terran player. 4 Dragoons against 1 Marine and a whole bunch of SCVs. This command center's in a ton of danger. The tank is not yet on the way. Siege mode not on the way. There's the tank. So he's got 20 to 30 seconds of just free Dragoon damage here. Oh, Dragoon gets stuck. What a great SCV block on the ramp. Going to be able to take out 1 of the Dragoons, but the other 3 able to come in here and should be able to kill a lot of SCVs. Takes out 1. And the 3 Dragoons should be able to burst straight up the ramp and snipe the tank right as it spawns. Here comes the tank. Does it go down immediately? Taking damage. Being dragged away. The Dragoons kind of being a little finicky here. Getting caught up on some SCVs now. Might get surrounded by the SCVs. Needs to take out this tank. And Barisu's doing a very good job of taking care of these Dragoons. And there's not really a great follow-up from Moataz. He's got a couple more Dragoons coming across the map, but this shield battery not really doing anything right now. So now that there's another bunker, the tank is up, the Marines need to get in the bunker, but Barisu seems like he's stabilized against this initial harass. Missile turret coming down in case of a DT follow-up, and Moataz runs forward and picks off a tank. So now there's no Marine in this bunker. There's another set of Dragoons. A tank comes down. Is there siege mode? Doesn't look like there's siege mode just yet. Tank gets very low, and 4 Dragoons can absolutely take out a Vulture. Tank very low. These SCVs not doing as good of a job blocking as the previous set did. So losing more SCVs, and it looks like Motaz might have enough to break on up once again into Barisu's main. Can Barisu hold the ramp? Is siege mode done? Siege mode is done now. What a good siege spot means that Motaz will have to commit hard up the ramp to take out the siege tank. But Motaz just content to take SCV damage and potentially even killing this command center. This tank not reaching the Dragoons, and now the command center is going to get frightfully low. Going sub 300, sub 250, sub 150, no repair on it, and the command center goes down. So Motaz is able to break Barisu's fast expansion while still not having an expansion of his own. So the Dragoons taking a minute to regather at the front. Barisu taking a command, retaking his natural, but this time has the siege tanks, is going to be able to hopefully defend this command center a little bit better. The Dragoons come around, and if this isn't canceled, okay, it is canceled. So Barisu is staying alive. Slowly getting the tank set up, will be able to come in and retake his natural. Motaz, despite having plenty of money to expand, just hasn't taken his natural just yet. Content to just sit here and keep spamming Dragoons. Now going to run in, but there's 3 tanks in a great spread here, so I feel like these Dragoons are just going to be meat in a meat grinder here. Oh, but finds a little sneaky path back behind the minerals, but the Dragoons come up anyways, and these Dragoons will not be enough to take out this tank. Maybe it's close. It takes out 1 tank, but 8 Dragoons for a tank when you still don't have a natural expansion. That's going to get a little dicey. Now the Dragoons are just coming up 2 at a time, so when there's as many Dragoons as there are tanks on the field, it's a dicey situation. And it looks like Barisu behind this maybe going for drops. It's a pretty fast starport considering he doesn't have his natural expansion yet. But again, 2 Dragoons, not really a scary force for this number of tanks. So the tanks are going to be able to come up, siege again. Should be able to pick off one of these Dragoons. Yep. 1 Dragoon at least coming down. And now it's 3 Dragoons against 3 tanks. Trying to bait out the Vultures. Neither player able to secure a natural expansion just yet. Barisu once again for the 3rd time trying to build this command center at the same time as Motaz is taking the Nexus. So could be potentially a very even macro game coming out. Still curious about the proxy shield battery. It's such a cool idea, but hasn't quite seen a whole lot of use yet. The mines at the front shoo away the Dragoons. Missile turret coming up. And it looks like Barisu's, this expansion just feels so safe. So, I think Barisu's in a good position. Is a little low on SCVs compared to Motaz. Motaz all the way up at 30 probes. So, would like to see continued SCV production out of Barisu. Try to catch up and use some of that advantage from getting the command center so early. But natural expansion's finishing up about the same time. This SCV scout from Barisu doing a good job at scouting out, making sure there's no hidden bases anywhere. So like to see that. So Barisu kind of knows exactly what the game state is. Able to get a little nice wall off here. As more and more Dragoons come up. So now this Dragoon force, obviously there's too many tanks right at the front, plus the mines, plus some of the building blocking. So you won't be able to break the natural, but this light contain that Motaz has is going to be able to catch anything that Barisu throws out of the front of his base, as long as he doesn't lose Dragoons. But Barisu isn't planning on going out of the front of his base. He's going to drop. Going to utilize some drop ships, get in, and do a lot of economic damage. As Motaz now on 2 bases, 9 gateways. So recognizing the fact, hey, I have a lot of money. Let's spend some of this money out of us, build some more production. And Barisu's managing to keep his money quite low, just producing out of 2 factories right now. Again, slightly behind in worker count still. But 2 base versus 2 base, Terran very happy with that. And the robotics support bay being put at the front right next to the observatory. So it looks like we might have some Reavers coming up as a follow-up. Just try to keep the Terran contained. Dropships still haven't been used, and Barisu taking a little bit of a sneaky base. I think I really like this plan. Motaz has the contain at the front and really doesn't want to move too many of these away. And it looks like the Dragoons are going in, maybe baited by some tank fire, but there's too many tanks here and the wall. It's an absolute Dragoon slaughter as they try to get around the wall. Loses at least 8 Dragoons just to tank fire, and there's a ridge full of tanks. Loses all of the Dragoons, and now Barisu is in a very solid spot with his tank count. But it looks like the 9 gateways worth of production from Motaz eating into his bank a little bit, and he's going to have a lot more units getting the shuttle to drop on top of the tanks, but there's turrets already. So I don't know how effective these drops are going to be at finishing this. The supply depot will end up burning down unless Barisu recognizes it and repairs it. Still nothing out of the 2 drop ships. Still 2 factories for Barisu. Finishes up the wall using the barracks. But Motaz, with the 9 gateways, taking a commanding supply lead. So Barisu's going to need to hold on for quite a long time, utilize this proxy base up in the top left to get an economic lead, and hopefully a 3rd engineering bay being used for walling. So engineering bay crazy out of Barisu. Can Barisu hold on for a little bit longer? Scanning for bases. Might be able to see Motaz taking a 3rd position to take it. Just waiting for a little bit of extra money. The 9 gateways definitely eating up a lot of money right now. Barisu has resumed dropship production. So is this going to be for just vultures or tanks? But I guess there's no vultures, so it has to be tanks. Adding on some additional factories, going up to 5 factories. Still quite far behind in terms of number of production buildings compared to Motaz. Motaz mining out of his main. Was on the main for a long time. Barisu still has quite the healthy main and has the 3rd up and running. SCVs continually being pumped out there. Barisu is taking the worker lead. Nexus for Motaz taking a while, and it looks like the Zealots, no Zealot legs just yet, but there's so many of them it doesn't quite matter. Getting on top of the tanks from the ridge are going to be able to shell down, continuously shell down on these Zealots, and the shuttle getting a little confused, taken out by the number of missile turrets as the tanks move up. Not sieged on the ramp, but the high ground tanks are continuously shelling down on the Zealots. The Dragoons got cut up in the wall. The wall is dead, and there's so many Dragoons here. The tanks still haven't sieged up on the ramp. Need to be sieged to take care of this number of Dragoons as the Zealots come in, clearing out the mineral line in the natural, and it's a slaughter of these tanks up on the high ground, killing a ton of Dragoons as now the tanks that were stuck on the ramp have found their defensive siege position. But it looks like the Dragoons have found their safe spot, might be able to take out this natural expansion, and take another economic lead from Moataz. But how many Dragoons have gone down to just the 2 tanks that were up here? As the Reaver comes in now, Dragoons not focus firing the base, now coming up, so the command center will live. Reaver goes down without doing too much damage. And it's a hold from Barisu. Lost a ton of workers, once again down in workers, as the Dragoons, you're not going to want to try to trickle Dragoons in. The big attack is what works. Does manage to trade 3 Dragoons for a tank. Finds the little nook and cranny for the Dragoon to continuously pick at SCVs. 1 Dragoon not going to be able to take out the command center alone, especially with the tanks coming down, sieging up. Once again, securing the natural expansion. And the 3rd base of Barisu still running. So is Moataz's. Zealots now coming in, but there's enough tanks here that small force isn't going to do anything. The Goliaths are going to be able to screen the Zealots quite well. So Moataz needs to be making sure to pump out units out of all of his gateways. Has fallen behind in supply. Was up about 50 supply before that attack. And the fleet of dropships still just hanging out. Don't need to use them just yet. So despite losing essentially his entire natural expansion's worth of SCVs, Barisu has equalized worker count once again. So reinforcements coming up from Moataz. The pressure on the natural expansion is continuing. Once again, resecuring this wall. Barisu scanning for more bases, trying to figure out, hey, what's going on over here? Has a lot of production now. And Moataz needs to make another plan. I don't know if attacking into the natural for a 3rd time is going to work out. Needs to be looking, hey, is there another base? Like the Dragoon here says, hey, there's no 3rd base, but is there a sneaky base? We know that there is. But Moataz might need to key into that soon of, hey, I can't just keep attacking into siege tanks behind walls. Looks like Moataz building up a pretty frightening force once again. But Barisu, lots of tanks on high ground, plenty of screening, plenty of engineering bays blocking, going to be congesting the state of the game. Looks like the Reaver gonna scuttle on up, but Moataz says that it's time to go, and these engineering bays stopping a lot of the Zealots. The Zealots running 1 by 1 past the engineering bays as Dragoons take out the walls, but that's a lot of Zealots for quite a few engineering bays. There's still plenty of everything for Barisu here. These Dragoons are going to get absolutely slaughtered by the high ground tanks. The tanks cleaning up all of the Dragoons. These engineering bays have been the MVPs of stopping the frontal attacks out of Moataz. So Barisu once again holding on. Reclaiming that supply lead. Moataz says, I'm going to attack again before you get those engineering bays up. Let's run in the Zealots. Still slow Zealots. And there's enough tanks and vultures here that these Zealots aren't going to do anything. Takes out a single Goliath, so. Oh, does the Reaver go down? Just barely outside of the tank range. And more units coming in. Moataz just not 100% aware of the current state of the game. Doesn't realize that Barisu has another base. And vultures in the mineral line. So the dropship's finally getting put to use. Vultures clean up a ton of probes. So Barisu now doubling up the number of workers against Moataz. And now a completely undefended third full of probes as well. Barisu, these vultures absolutely worth their weight in gold. The Dragoons having to come all the way from the front as the probes just trying to fight the vultures straight up. I mean, there's so many kills on these vultures. Holy moly, promote these guys, put them in a siege tank, because this is just an absolute slaughter. 37 probe kills on these vultures. There's now only 4 probes left for Moataz. And that vulture drop just absolutely won him the game. This Reaver has to do miracle work for Moataz to be able to come back in. Mines now in the natural expansion at the third base. There's not really a large, intimidating, containing force here for Moataz. And the mines at the front. Oh, mine detonating mine. Very good. And maybe a last-ditch effort attack from Moataz, recognizing I got to make something happen. But that's a lot of tanks. I don't think that's your attacking spot. So can Moataz recover an economy? That's probes queued up, except for at the bases at his 3rd and 4th. So it's going to be a long road for Moataz. Barisu could just unsiege and essentially just attack move straight down into Moataz's main. Maybe not quite confident enough in the economic state of the game, despite doing all of the vulture damage. So Dragoon's getting baited into tank fire, loses 2 more, and every Dragoon is super valuable right now. When you're down 40 workers against your opponent, every single thing you do is valuable. Oh, maybe a good... Oh, nope. Shuttle is going to be taken out from the missile turrets and Goliaths. A big Reaver shot might have helped, but there's so many tanks here that I just couldn't imagine. I think the Reaver would have dropped off and it immediately gotten blown up. So what does Barisu do here? Just slowly sieging forward, taking out what he can. Not wanting to overextend, get caught out in the middle of the map with unsieged tanks, but we know that with the current state of the game, Moataz just doesn't have anything left. He's got these 3 Dragoons, an Observer, Shuttle, another Dragoon, and some probes. And that's it. That's all there is. Meanwhile, adding on factories at his sneaky 3rd. Barisu. I don't want to say it's unlosable, but it's pretty unlosable from this position. He's up 135 supply right now. So whenever the Terran's up 135 supply, I feel like you can just attack move into your opponent's base. Probably just getting hotkeys set up, ready to move out right now, ready to finally put an end to this game. So the last remnants of Moataz's army here in the natural. Absolutely nothing that he can do against this many tanks and Goliaths. So should be a victory for Barisu. And a really well played from him as well. managed to defend very well against the aggression of Moataz. So that brings us 1-0 for Barisu in this series. A long game one, too. A very, very long game one. So I'm interested to see whether or not either player decides to pull out a little bit of cheese for game two. We'll have to see. Map 2, of course, going to be in the way of an eddy. Let's just go ahead and hop right into it, shall we? We don't have a lot of time to dilly-daddle with all of these games to get cast, so. Ah, there we go. Cool. Need to remember all the observer hotkeys. So in the top right, switching from tan to brown, we have our Protoss player from Team Socialized Healthcare, Moataz. And in the bottom right, staying as the dark blue, we have our Terran player, Barisu. So, in game one, we saw Moataz go for a very aggressive one-base, kill him right here type of build with proxy shield battery. And it seemed to almost barely kill Barisu, but Barisu managed to hold on with some good SCV micro and then pull ahead in a macro game. So in game two, is Barisu going to play more defensive and kind of hedge his bets against another one-base play? Or is Moataz maybe going to take a little bit of an advantage on that and go for a greedy expansion type of play? It does seem like it's not going to be Nexus first. It is going to be some sort of gateway expansion. Barisu once again nailing the Sim City with the depot to the right of the barracks. And the Way of an Eddy is a difficult map to take the natural expansion on for Terran as well. If you end up going for like a siege expand, because having Dragoons on that high ground right outside of your main base is so annoying. It's absolutely the worst. It's unbelievably frustrating having to deal with that. So I know personally on this map, as the Terran, I like to expand as fast as possible, get a bunker up, and not let Dragoons get to the high ground of my ramp. Just because ranged Dragoons are so annoying. And it looks like Barisu agrees and will be going for some variant of a gasless expand. So we saw in the last series, he got a gas, didn't put a lot of guys in it, and went for like a little bit of gas expand. But he did lose the bunker to the initial ranged Dragoons, which put him kind of into a dicey situation. So we're going to have to see, does Barisu once again lose the bunker at the front? No Dragoon range just yet. So Moataz might not be looking to put on that ranged Dragoon pressure that he put on in game one, which I think is a little surprising, because the early Dragoon pressure put him into a great position. It's just continuously attacking the siege tanks and not recognizing that third base was there is what really put him behind. And it looks like it is going to be another 2-gate ranged Dragoon opening, going to be trying to punish the gasless expand. Gas just now finishing for Barisu, and still only 2 Marines here. And it might be another proxy shield battery from Moataz, Once again, getting the pylon. This one's a lot closer, a lot more usable for the Dragoons against the bunker. Barisu has the SCVs ready to repair. Expansion is completed. And the SCV sees exactly what's going on. 2 gateways, Dragoon range halfway done. And there's going to be a lot of Dragoons coming up forward, trying to kill the bunker before the tank comes out. Factory just only started right now. Another pylon at the front. So very committed to this type of initial pressure, because once the siege tanks come out, it's going to be a little difficult to defend these 2 pylons. So if at any point Moataz lets Barisu siege up, these 2 pylons are forfeit already. Range is now done. So now it's on Barisu. Can he nail the repairs? He has to be paying attention to the front for these repairs constantly while making sure to get the tank out. The SCVs, okay, do manage to get the repair there. Does have 4 on it. Now, 2 SCVs will reasonably well deal with 2 Dragoons. But 4 SCVs, perfect for this number of Dragoons. Because these 4 Dragoons are going to be able to deal with this quite well. And now the Dragoon's coming up, going to try to snipe off an SCV. Does not lose the Dragoon. Does not have the shield battery like he had before. And going to just continuously try to... Oh, the Dragoon almost goes down. And the bunker's still very low. Tank still 1/3 done now. And the bunker seems to be living just fine. Again, 1 too many here. So now the SCVs have stopped repair. Does Barisu notice? Does Barisu notice? He does notice. But there's another 2 Dragoons here. So now the Dragoons outnumber the SCVs, are going to be able to deal more with this bunker. Barisu recognizes this, pulls another 2 SCVs, but now he's getting it to the point where if he's not paying absolute closest attention possible, Dragoons come up, loses a Dragoon, now trying to dive on top of the tank, but the tank is safe, but the bunker is not being repaired, now gets repaired at the very last second, almost goes down, and this tank is going to be able to maybe live against these Dragoons. We're not getting another dive. Here comes the dive, 2 come up, but there's 4 Marines in that bunker now, and the tank lives once again, and the bunker lives again. Barisu is handling this type of pressure amazingly well with the repair on both the bunker and the tank, and now the Dragoons, oh, the tank comes a little too far up. Oh, 1 shot away. Does the tank manage to live? The tank does not manage to live, but loses another Dragoon for it, and now it's only 3 Dragoons from Moataz against the bunker of Barisu, but he should have another tank almost done. Is Siege on the way? Siege does not seem to be on the way just yet. Maybe focusing a little bit too much on this repair, not getting the Siege down. But Barisu, learning from game 1, being hyper vigilant about the repair on this bunker. Siege is actually done. Okay. So missed the Siege completely, and that's going to completely shut down the bunker harass. And Barisu's in a great spot now. Moataz now panic expanding. Barisu sees the panic expansion, and I mean, if you're Barisu here, you're very pleased with yourself handling that level of 2-3 gate range goons against a bunkerless or a gasless expand. So very well played from Barisu. It's going to be well positioned for a longer economic game. Robo going to be the follow-up from Moataz. Well, that is still quite a lot of Dragoons. There is the possibility that Moataz could dive in here again and take out the tank. It looks like Barisu, keeping the SCVs at the bunker, does not want to die to some Moataz dive-in nonsense with extra Dragoons coming down. So, still quite the formidable Dragoon response. Tank 2 and 3 are huge in making Barisu safe. Like the missile turrets are going to keep them safe against any type of DT follow-up, anything like that. But tank number 2 and 3 is going to make him safe against any sort of large Dragoon follow-up all-in. So trying to find the exact best spot to siege that tank. And baits the Dragoons in. Dragoons are coming up, going to snipe off one tank, might be able to snipe off the other, and now you're in trouble if you're Barisu. The Dragoons kill the bunker as well, and now you have Dragoons on your high ground, runs down the ramp, might be able to take out another tank. Just didn't have those tanks 100% set up, ready to go, and now Moataz has broken the front, takes out the tank, and there's 6 Dragoons in the base of Barisu, going to be able to clean up everything here. The SCVs are going to come up, but they're just going to get slaughtered as more and more Dragoons being rallied to the front of Barisu's base, and it's an SCV slaughter from these Dragoons. Managed to get themselves hidden away, and these tanks are pincered. There's Dragoons from the front and Dragoons from the back. Where do you go if you are a siege tank? You don't, you die. And Moataz looks like he managed to do it. Broke the front. There's now a whole mess of Dragoons in the base of Barisu. SCV's trying to pick off the Dragoons, but it's not enough. 2 tanks going to be spawn camped by the Dragoons as extras pick off the SCVs. But Barisu, with the double engineering bay tech, I don't think it's going to matter because the Dragoons are going to kill all the factories. So, siege tank pops out, immediately dies, and that is going to wrap up game number 2. Moataz fearlessly just diving in on top of the tanks that might have been just a little bit too far up, and not hidden behind that bunker quite enough. Yeah, Moataz really navigating this game well. Kills the bunker. Going to kill absolutely everything the Barisu has. Only has SCVs left, essentially. So, main command center goes down. SCVs running for their life. Dragoons just kill absolutely everything. Once again, going to spawn camp another tank. Tank pops out, and tank dies. So there is very little to no hope for Barisu here. Trying to just take random expansions around the map, but against this type of force, again. He has 11 supply, and they're all SCVs. Against essentially the same number of Dragoons, more than that number of Dragoons. So, and Barisu drops the G into the double G, and Moataz takes game number 2. So now we have a 1-1 series going on for our first game of the day. And we're heading to match point for game number 3. Game 3 hype indeed. Let's see what each player decides to bring out. So, in the bottom left, switching back to tan, we have Moataz of Team Socialized Healthcare. And then in the top right, as the dark blue, we have just Barisu. So far in this series, we've seen a lot of aggression out of Moataz, and Barisu just trying to defend. And that's kind of, again, what I talked about earlier as the first stage of TVP. Is like, can the Terrans survive the initial Dragoon Zealot Protoss nonsense openings. And in game 1, the answer was yes. On game 2, the answer was oh no. So, game number 3 on match point, I think that it's going to come to a very similar type of game. Like, can Barisu get and hold his natural expansion against what Moataz wants to throw at him? Does Moataz manage to break him? Match point, also kind of a difficult map, I think, for Protoss in terms of playing a long macro game. Just not enough bases, really, to play like a refugee-style Protoss play. So, Barisu going ahead and sending out an early scout, wanting to see what Moataz is up to. Hey, are you going to go 3-gate range gun against me again? So that would be awfully rude if you did. But we'll have to see. I was going to say, doesn't look like it. But he absolutely could. So, looks like Barisu going to go for some sort of factory expand this game. Might do that, like, a little bit of gas, but no. Guys getting put in there immediately means that we are going to see a factory before we see a command center. So, I like that choice from Barisu, especially without having that ramp. That doesn't really make sense. Because if you just bunker expand, you can just put the bunker here, and it would be fine. So, Cyber Core coming up from Moataz as Barisu starts the factory. This SCV hidden, picking away at the Cyber Core. And it is going to be another Dragoon pressure type of build from Moataz. Range has not started yet, but neither is the bunker from Barisu. This factory is about halfway done. First Dragoon is popping out right now. And does come back and deal with the SCV. Good choice. Would have hated to see the SCV manage to kill the Cyber Core in the middle of the pressure. So bunker coming up. Factory is completed. Should see a machine shop and a tank coming down shortly. And no expansion from Barisu just yet. Should be dropping down here shortly. And there it is. So it does go for that expand, despite seeing that there's going to be 2-gate Dragoons coming across the map. Machine shop finishes. No money for a tank, though. So it's going to be another game of can he repair? Funnily enough, in the game where Barisu did a great job repairing, he died to the Dragoon pressure. And in the game where he lost his bunker, he won against the Dragoon pressure. Without range, these Dragoons are going to have a difficult time doing anything. So, and the first tank is already almost out. Dragoon's going to be able to put some pressure on, but not for too terribly long. Siege mode is on its way as well, so if Barisu can keep the bunker alive, keep the tank alive, and get sieged up in a safe spot, he's in a great position. Tank comes down way in front of the bunker. That's scary. Comes up again, and the Dragoons are going to try to dive onto the tank. Tank just runs straight away, but the Dragoons going to run past the bunker, still trying to get the tank and run into the main, going to kill one Dragoon for a Marine. But now there's Dragoons where you don't want them, and Dragoons at the front. What are the Dragoons doing? Are they going to dive on top of the tank again? But get cleaned up by the Marines, and now an engineering bay, the classic engineering bay block, means that these Dragoons won't be able to follow up. The Marines are going to be able to hop inside the bunker. Tank is able to get sieged, and this looks like a perfectly safe expansion from Barisu. This man loves engineering bays. I don't think I've seen more engineering bays built ever. I'm going to have to see. Like, will it work? This looks absolutely impenetrable to me. This tank could probably be a little bit further up, because I think that the Dragoons could like poke at this bunker. This tank's not very happy about that Dragoon. Oh, not there. There you go. And this tank should be able to attack these Dragoons, so this bunker should be in no harm's way. The tanks are sieged. And there's only 4 Dragoons here compared to the like 8 or 10 that we saw last game where Motaz broke in, and this is completely blocked off. Motaz has opted for a little bit quicker of a command center than usual. Now Barisu is just free. Build SCVs, add on some factories. I think he's in a really solid position again. He's ahead on workers. He's had his expansion for quite a while now, while Motaz hasn't. And as long as he throws down enough factories and pumps out units, should be in a great spot to just continuously push forward in this game. Now there is still only 2 tanks, and I'm pretty sure these Dragoons could pop up here very carefully and hit those tanks. And it looks like Motaz kind of recognizes that these tanks are a little bit in an odd position. Oh. So really delicate control needed from Motaz. And this tank, what is tank range, man? That's so far. It's absolutely insane. So with the 3rd tank, I just don't see any way that Motaz breaks this with just Dragoons. 4th tank coming out as well. And now if you're Motaz, you have to be thinking, how do I win this game? Because previously it's been, I'm going to attack him and kill him before he can build up a big mass of tanks. But now, I mean, the tanks are set up, the wall is made. You have a decent number of Dragoons, but is there a follow-up plan of action? Is there taking a 3rd? Is there double expanding? Are we going into Reavers and going to try to do Reaver harass? But, I mean, look at the turrets. Barisu just has a complete ring of turrets around his entire base. He's perfectly safe against any sort of Reaver harass. Do you go DTs? Well, I mean, have you seen how many missile turrets this man builds? I don't think DTs are going to work. What is the game plan from this position? Oh, Barisu's going bio. That's a lot of barracks. Oh, that's interesting. There's an academy too, so is going to be able to get stim and medics. And with this number of tanks, I think that's going to be very effective. There's no like anti-marine tech out from Motaz. No Reaver, no High Templar Storm. So Barisu pulling a little bit of a sneaky one on everyone. Going to just pump out a whole bunch of bio. Here comes Marine Range. Oh, man. Motaz. It's like, maybe I break in again with Dragoons, but 5 tanks, 6 tanks if we siege the last one. That's going to be pretty rough. So will Moataz just die to the marine pressure? Medics starting to come out. Starport on the way. Marine range is completed. And Barisu's just scanning, being like, hey, do you have a hidden base anywhere? Or am I just going to kill you with this? I think the answer is that... Oh, and he has +1 infantry armor. Okay, things are getting a little strange in this game. I didn't even realize that he was getting bio upgrades from the engineering base. Absolutely insane. So when does Barisu choose to push out? That's the question. This is a lot of bio. It's a lot of Marines, a lot of medics. When is the go time? Because I think right now he's strong enough to where you could just push out and do the things that he needs to do. Now Moataz, once again, going up to those 9 gateways. There's one hidden behind this minimap. Whoop. Gateway hidden there. Dropships once again from Barisu. Oh, that's not the one I want. Scans. Doesn't really see a whole lot of anything. Some slow zealots once again moving across. Now the dropships. Is it going to be bio drops? Is that as effective as just pushing out with 1 million Marines and medics? That's a pretty substantial army from Moataz as well. Is 40 supply ahead? I mean, once Moataz adds on these extra 60 gateways and starts pumping out units, he always gets such a huge amount of units. It's very effective. If only that, like... a little scouting marine from Barisu. Like, I still, despite having all these units, I still don't think he can push through the front. There's just no way to kill all of these things and then get on tanks. But denying a third, I think, is well within the realm of possibility. Looks like dropships are starting to head out across the map. Hopefully not intercepted by the Dragoons from Moataz. It looks like they're going to be able to skirt right on by. There's no response from Moataz. So, Marine and Medic drop going to come in. Going to drop right on the mineral line. Should be able to get a stem. Kill all of the probes here. And, I mean, the drops from Barisu this series have just done so much economic damage. Going to be able to take out the Nexus. Take out every Dragoon that spawns here. And now Moataz has a decision. Does he go or does he stay? Looks like a group of zealots going back, but those are going to take a long time to get back here. Going to kill the cybernetics core as well with the Marines. So no more Dragoons, only zealots for the time being coming from Moataz. And what does Barisu do now? What does Moataz do now? What do either of our players do? I don't know. Like, you just dropped a whole bunch of Marines and medics into your opponent's base and killed absolutely everything. And it looks like the answer is he's going to try to attack through the front. But there's so many tanks sieged here. Will the Dragoons be able to get up in time? Dragoons push forward, but there's so many tanks, and now the Marines are coming up, going to be able to back up the tanks, and it's just a slaughter. All of the Dragoons go down. Looks like the Zealots that are sent back not quite able to clean up all of the Marines that are in the main, and so all of these reinforcements getting picked off as they move to their rally position, and the next set of Dragoons are getting pushed upwards, running into tanks and Marine fire. There's so many Marines, and once again, just into the meat grinder. And there's not a lot left from Motaz. Except probes. Has a good amount of probes with a third base as well. But army-wise, I mean, you just can't do anything. And the slow Zealots not going to be able to get in there. Last couple Dragoons get wiped out. This set of medic Marines who were dropped in the main going to be able to kill all the gateways. And that's going to be it from Moataz. So just Barisu going to be able to take it 2-1. In set number 1. So Samyang Fire now up 1-0 in this best of 5 of week 4. Barisu manages to hold on against Moataz. And now we have everyone's favorite matchup. Not only is it Terran versus Terran, but it is a tier 3 Terran versus Terran, which in my experience of casting them have always been very entertaining, but also have been very long sets. So we're going to have to see if this one adheres to that. As we go into CHS 820, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm actually going to call him. And that's going to be up against Theseus, who I'm just going to call Theseus, despite his player name in the replay being Tobias. So, since it's a TVT, let's go ahead, hop right into it, see how these things go. Oh, I forgot to update our players. I am so rusty at this. So, in the top left, as our purple Terran, we have... oh, shoot. Tobias, also known as Theseus, I believe. And then in the bottom left, as our yellow Terran, we have CHS 820. I'll probably just call 820. So I'm just going to go ahead and update some overlays here because I am very professional. And know how to do all of these things. I had a whole setup and then I didn't cast for like 3 weeks. And now I'm just like, how do I do things? So very early scout from... It's not a scout. It's a proxy Rex from 820. So 820, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive here. Now this doesn't have to be an all-in, an 8 Rex in TVT. You know, you can go in, do a little bit of damage, and still, like, just lift off your barracks, and that's fine. There's no issues with that. From Tobias, Theseus, it's going to be a little bit of a later barracks. Should be able to hold on the ramp just fine. Shouldn't be any major concern. Going to be going for a very normal gas factory. The question will be, does he build more than one Marine? And we'll just have to see. Oh! Is he going to scout it? He does scout the proxy racks. What a great scout. So he knows this is on its way. Absolutely should have seen it. Saw it with his SCV. So should be getting a Marine out right now. Marine, please. So no response so far from Tobias, despite scouting for the proxy. And now there's Marines in the base. Takes out the factory producing SCV. And now it's SCVs against Marines. Not quite targeting the lowest ones. Picks it off eventually. Oh, and there's some very low HP SCVs here. But it looks like the Marine and SCVs are going to be able to defend here. It's very close, very micro heavy here. And it looks like Tobias just has just barely enough. Some very bruised SCVs. And now, yep, you just lift off, you're getting your factory, it's totally fine. So again, not quite an all-in, just looking mainly to get like some SCV damage. Throw your opponent a little bit off their game, right? So, for example, now Theseus is building a whole bunch of Marines instead of focusing on getting vultures or factories out. And 820 choosing to get a factory up and expand. So, despite opening up with a proxy barracks, Theseus is going to end up falling behind in economy to 820. Second factory on the way for Theseus. 820 just content to pump vultures out of one factory. Picks off the scouting SUV, so now Theseus has no idea what's on the way. But 820 knows, hey, you don't have an expansion, so something weird's going on. Fast armory from Theseus. Absolutely no problem with that. And we have some vultures who are just going to head out on the map, see what they can get done. Expansion finished for 820. Second factory on the way. I'm pretty sure these two vultures could actually just run up the ramp. Or pick off the Marines as they're running down. So manages to take out all the Marines. So now there's just two tanks from Theseus to defend. But there's really not that large of a threat from the vultures either. Other than potentially like running around. Looks like Theseus is just going to say, hey, I have tanks, you just have some vultures, I'm going to come fight you. And the machine shop's not yet done for 820, so I think these tanks are going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. Because there's nothing at home to defend. So here come the tanks. Is there siege mode? Looks like it's still just vultures from 820 as there are tanks sieged in his natural. Never a situation you like to be in. And it looks like the vultures are coming back from 820. Theseus might be able to just take out the command center. This is very strong play from Theseus to recognize, hey, you only have vultures right now. And the Goliath, very good against vultures and especially mines. And even if this lifts up, there's now a Goliath here who's going to be able to put even more and more damage on it. And the tanks just run straight up the ramp. There's only one tank here from 820, and now 820's in big trouble. SCV pool going to try to disrupt the tank shots, but 2 Goliaths are going to be able to tear through a whole bunch of SCVs. SCVs trying to take off 1 tank, not quite yet able to do it, and now retreat before picking up the tank. So now there's mech on the factories of 820, and not really a whole lot extra they can do. Pick off 1 tank, but now there's such a huge advantage for Theseus here. In terms of army, he could have just stayed and killed every tank as he rallied more and more tanks across. But it looks like Theseus contents to just kind of come back, siege up, and deny the expansion while expanding himself. So just now starting to throw down that expansion, has Goliaths up, knows exactly what's going on inside of 820's main, knows exactly where he's at in the game state. He's just going to continue trying to deny the expansion from 820. So 4 tanks here, has vision of the high ground from the barracks, which is very important because you don't want 820 to be able to put tanks right here and then just shell down onto your contain. And I think that's what he's going to try to do, is he's going to try to recognize, hey, I can come up here. And this barracks was already scouting for it, and now the tanks are just going to get picked apart. Unless high ground mischance is just incredibly broken, which it looks like it might be. Does seem pretty good. And now all the tanks are cleaned up. There's just some vultures and 1 tank here, but there's more and more tanks coming down from Theseus. Manages to save the command center, but the command center for Theseus is alive, so 820 way behind in economy at this point. Down in workers and doesn't have the natural expansion mining. And Theseus is just able to pump out units. Like, he's in such a strong position here. He has more tanks, he has more workers, he has more bases. If he was confident pushing into siege tanks, he should do it. But I absolutely understand that trying to attack into siege tanks is the worst. You just lose everything. So, it looks like 820 might be trying to re-secure his expansion, but he just doesn't have enough yet. And he's just going to have his units picked off 1 by 1. Like, he takes a position up on the high ground, but that's really not going to do that much here. And 820 just still doesn't have the natural expansion. Theseus is able to just continuously pump out of his factories. And there's no more tanks here for 820. Versus the 4 from Theseus. Looks like dropship play is going to be the response from 820. That's generally a good response to, hey, I'm contained and I need to make something happen. I'm going to go for dropships. It makes a lot of sense to do it like that. I switched up the players, didn't I? Solid. So I'm gonna move these back. So that the teams are correct. Okay, now that everything's fixed, should be fixed. We have more factories for Theseus. Oh, and it looks like he's actually just going to try to break out with the dropship full of vultures, but there's not enough here. And it looks like 820's tapping out of the game. Theseus goes up 1-0. Did I have it correct? Am I just the worst? I did have it correct. Man, so good at this. For whatever reason, I thought they were swapped. And then I looked and couldn't read. So 820 tapped out after the aggressive punish of the 8 racks from Theseus. Recognizing, hey, you don't have any tanks, so I'm just going to go kill you. So Theseus goes up 1-0 in this best of 3. Has the chance of putting Socialized Healthcare on the board. And let's hop into Eddie. Map number 2, CHS 820 versus Theseus. Okay. In the bottom right, as our purple Terran, we have Theseus of Team Socialized Healthcare. And in the top left, as our gray Terran, we have CHS 820 of Team Saming Fire. So this is a very large map, which means that aggressive openings are going to be a little bit more difficult. Moves such as pushing across when I know I have 2 tanks and you have 0 means the tanks are going to have an easier time defending, because they'll just be out faster relative to the attack. Another big thing to note about this map is it is not good to get contained outside of your natural. Because not only is busting out of your natural very difficult, so a very narrow choke, but you will also get all of your supply depots killed by tanks from the high ground. And then you're in a very difficult position. So on this map in particular, I think it's probably better to open up with something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe not the proxy racks we saw in game 1. But, you know, get some units out on the field, secure your positions, make sure that you don't let your entire base get ravaged by siege tanks. So both players scouting about the same time. Looks like it's a cross scout from Theseus. Maybe just deciding, hey, you know, he built barracks in the middle of the map against me last game. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again. So I don't actually know if the center of the map is buildable on Eddie. I don't think it is. But cross-map scout going to pay off either way. Just managing to go in, see exactly what his opponent's doing. Everything looks very standard as of right now. So factory coming up, Marine. Both players just seem content to play a pretty standard game. Now something that is important to note, Theseus still has his guys on gas, where 820 does not. So that does lead me to believe that Theseus is going to be more aggressive than 820. 820 definitely trying to get the natural expansion as fast as possible, and it manages to scout the second factory that was just thrown down. But even right now, we have the possibility of a third factory. Nope, looks like it's going to be an armory. But we have enough gas for a third factory if we were so inclined. Looks like it might just be machine shop, some tanks, some just normal, good Terran things. It's going to be important to see, can he punish the expansion from 820? One factory, vultures only. He's going to have his tank out much earlier. But again, it's a long rush distance on this map. H20 has enough time to start his machine shop now and get out a tank and be totally fine against the 2 factory push from Theseus. Goliath, always a good addition to pushes, especially if you think you're going to be going up against any sort of mine play. And the supply depot block. So this type of supply depot block leads me to believe that 820 thinks that it's going to be some sort of 2 or 3 factory speed vulture all-in. Because that's really the only time that you want to be constricting the front of your base, is to make sure, hey, you know, the tank that I have plus a vulture can block this off, prevent you from running by and killing all my SCVs. But when you build the supply depots up here, it's free pickings for any sort of sieged tank to just come up, siege, kill your supply depots. Now you have to build more supply depots, and it just puts you further behind when you're in that type of siege situation. And now we can see the tank manages to pop out right about the same time as the tank from Theseus manages to get into position. And that's kind of that long map advantage for playing defensively that we see from 820. Now the siege mode is going to be very strong from Theseus, going to be able to pick off this bunker, but loses a decent amount of his mech in the meantime. Meanwhile, siege still hasn't quite finished for 820, and the second tank now for Theseus is completed. So now it's... Oh, and a huge tank shot on the tank from Theseus. So now 820's tank is low. If he target fires the tank will go down very quickly. SCVs being pulled might be able to kill all of the tanks from Theseus. No, the siege tank fire is enough. And now there is a tank siege in his base. Loses SCVs and now the 2 Goliaths. And this is a supply depot going down. But it's not really that important. And now this tank has to deal with the high ground issues as well. And it looks like the other SCVs are going to go down. This tank from the low ground might be able to clean up. No. Oh, he's so close to dead. And this tank is very close to dead as well. And the tank does go down. The low ground tank, a hero, managing to hit every shot, managing to survive. And now Theseus kind of in a strange position. What do you do here? You have another tank coming out, but this tank's already ready to go. And he pulls forward, takes out another tank, but this tank's a little injured. If he gets a shot onto the low ground tank, that's all he needs, is 1 shot onto that tank. Theseus expanding behind this, getting up some additional units that he can send across the field. Oh, might pick off a Goliath here. This tank has hit every single shot from the low ground. So both tanks are healthy. And now it's going to be 1 tank against 2 here. Should be able to get everything repaired alive. So low ground tank now very healthy. Won't be able to just die immediately. But the command center from 820 is under siege. And any tank that he sends up here is just going to get picked off as well. So it's really only this low ground tank giving him any sort of hope. And the continual losses of SCVs and tanks, I think, is going to be a quick end to 820 from this position. And with that, I think it's going to be the end of this series as well. Dropship once again going to be the game plan for breaking the siege, but with what units? What are you going to drop out of this? The single hero tank? SCVs to try to pick things off with splash? Any way you slice it, it's going to be very difficult. So, and Theseus, I mean, has his expansion up. producing steadily out of both factories. He's done a great job just continuously producing units across the map. And this single tank isn't going to be enough. Doesn't even really need a siege. Goes down in a blaze of glory, and GG from 820. Low ground tank gets cleaned up. And that is a quick 2-0 for Theseus. Going to allow Team Socialized Healthcare onto the board. So super well played from Theseus. Game 1, survived, recognized when he could push across, and then killed his opponent. And then Game 2, managing to just have an aggressive game plan and execute it well. And that was kind of the, once you're on the low ground, you're in trouble. So next up, we have a ZVP between Ford and Surgling. I love ZVP. I think it's such a cool matchup. So, really looking forward to this one. I've casted both of these players before. So, I can't remember. I think Surgling I casted a PVT, and I think Ford I also casted against a Terran. So I haven't seen either of these players in this matchup before. Interested to see how they decide to play it. So, let's hope that I got everything moved over, ready to go. Let's hop into game number 1 between Ford and Surgling. Hey, we're getting there. So, in the bottom left, as our green Protoss from Team Socialized Healthcare, we have Surgling. And then in the bottom right, as our purple Zerg, we have Ford on Team Samyang Fire. So, Fighting Spirit, super standard map. I'm going to have everything hopefully be super standard or not. We'll have to see. Man, what are things that I'm looking for in this matchup? So the big thing is, is it going the early Protoss building order, right? You want to get some sort of forge, cannon, gateway, nexus order going on. So it really just depends which order you get those buildings. Additionally, how the Zerg chooses to open and then chooses to open into the mid game. So do they go for some sort of aggressive 3-hatch Hydra, try to kill the Protoss? Do they try to go for something a little bit more standard and, 3-hatch Spire, deal with Corsairs, go into Hydra, a bigger type of macro game. And then after that, it's a whole bunch of lots of units versus storms versus giant explosions, lots of fights, very fun. Can Protoss break a third? Can Protoss break a fourth base? Is Zerg going to survive with lurkers and Hydras? So, is this base going to be able to get up before the probe blocks it? It looks like the answer is yes. The probe might have had enough time to get in there and block it, but the normal overpool, or the safe overpool coming out of Ford. And it looks like it's going to be Forge, Cannon, Gateway, Nexus is the order. So, pretty safe, pretty conservative, not getting that Nexus as fast as he probably would like. but going to be safe against most forms of lots of Zerglings being sent across the map. So 6-lings out already for Ford. Very safe, very conservative, especially knowing that, you know, he hasn't scouted his opponent yet. It could be some sort of 2-gate. But we know that it was, you know, Ford's Cannon Gateway, so he's going to be just fine dealing with anything that's head his way. Now we should see a Nexus coming down, and there's the Nexus. So, yep, everything here looks super, super normal. Drone gets picked off by the cannon. Lings are chasing this probe, which has stayed alive for a good amount of time. Oh man, I thought I just cast a cursed him. Almost did. And taking the third at this far base. Absolutely super standard play. So gas is up for our Zerg, gas is up for our Protoss. And now it's, do we see a lair, do we see a Hydra Den? We're not seeing like a ton of drones in the natural. I don't know if I should be seeing more here or not. And it looks like it is a Hydra Den, so we are going to see some sort of 3-hatch Hydra pressure coming out of our Zerg player. And this probe has just done a great job of staying alive and see, hey, there's still no lair. Comes down the ramp. Does he see? Does see the Hydra Den as well. So should know, hey, there's going to be a lot of Hydra pressure coming my way. So the probe's going to come up, scout the third base from Ford. We'll have to see. Hydrogen's finished. Hydra speed on the way. And Zergling reacting appropriately to saying, hey, there's no drones, or there's very few drones, and there's a Hydra Den, no lair. Let's build a whole bunch of cannons. It looks like Ford is actually just continuously droning. So not drones, and here come the Hydras. Cool. So Hydra's just now coming up. There's already a good number of cannons down for Zergling. So might lose the Forge and Gateway, but I don't think he'll be able to break this number of cannons. Range now on the way for our Zerg player. And this Zealot move out is super aggressive. Like, you know, hey, there's no lair. My opponent has a Hydra Den. I'm just going to push out on the map my 3 Zealots and try to see what happens. And the Zealot up at the third is going to be able to do anything. 2 Zealots being sent into the natural, not really going to do much at all. This Zealot up here should be able to pick off a couple drones. Ford not quite paying attention, but these 2 Zealots going to have to run away, getting chased away by some Zerglings. And just picks off 1 drone and then runs out. So, not... I guess this Zealot move out did what it needed to do. Moved out, got some information, saw, hey, yep, there's some Zerglings and some Hydralisks, and picked off a drone. So, still no lair on the way, just straight up Hydralisks all day long. Is 4 cannons enough here? Storm is on the way, but I don't know if that's quite enough cannons. A 5th one being thrown down. These Hydras are getting shredded, just a little bit of miscontrol. Trying to aggressively pick off the Forge, but now these Zealots are coming out a little too far as well, and now without the Zealots, there's a little bit more of a possibility diving in on these cannons. You have to dive in with everything, though. Can't just dive in 2 or 3 at a time. Do we have a lair yet? We do not yet have a lair. It should just be straight up Hydras, more Hydras. But losing Hydras bit by bit, not going to be the plan. And this Zealot comes in, kills 5 drones. Missed that completely, trying to look at the bust. And it looks like we're getting another gateway proxied up at the top as well. So, wow. Looks like a very strong defense from Circling so far. And the Zealot once again comes up 6 kills now. I believe they are all drones as well. So he's going to just skate on out of there too. Just, yep, later. Did what I needed to do. But I doubt he'll be able to. He could just run all the way home. What a manly Zealot. What an absolute manly Zealot. Oh no, just scouts this base instead. Wow. Does he win this? Ah! Manages to get another kill. That's nuts. Okay. Okay. What a hero. Meanwhile, Storm's up. Storm's done. High Templars are good. Forge is getting upgrades. You got Speed Zealots on the way. You have Dark Templars heading to this third, which has an Overlord and a Hydra. But, yeah, actually, Forward has navigated this in such a way that he's not in that bad of a position. Despite losing everything, despite losing all those drones, he's got a good number of drones at his third. Could use a couple more at his natural. But, like, has a decent army and is starting to work on that fourth base. This DT should just be able to come in and kill this single Hydra, right? Like, DT should be able to come in. Alternatively, just casually stroll in and kill every single drone. I guess that is also pretty good. Absolutely disastrous. Now Forward, I think, is in a much worse spot and needs to make something happen with these Hydralisks. But Storm's done. There's almost 4 Storms here. And it looks like Circling just is like, yeah, that cannon, it's blocking me from moving out and doing things, so. And then another DT is going to sneak on through. For Hydras and drones. Hydras and drones. That's what he's trying to do right now. More DTs running around. But again, there's 4 Storms now for sure, at least, at this natural. And taking the 12 o'clock base as well, very sneaky. This Dark Templar, super sneaky. Can only see that on the mini-map. And it looks like he does, so that's good. We don't get to see too much Dark Templar damage. I am afraid for Forward and these Storms, though. There's no defense up at this fourth. Circling's going to be able to come up, kill every single drone in this base. More drones being built here. These drones are Hydras, just more Hydras. So third base still not mining. Third and fourth coming up for Circling. Yeah. Oh, here comes the Hydras coming in. Where are the Storms? That's the big question. Does he have the Storms ready to go? Big Storm on that clump of Hydras. Need one more Storm, and then this is absolutely defended. Might not even need the Storm. There's another very good Storm. Runs out of it, but still manages to bruise quite a few of those Hydralisks. And, I mean, the force that Forward had at the front now is going to come in. That is Storm number 3. You still have one more Storm at least. And quite a few more behind, so plenty of Storms remaining here. This Dark Templar only picked off 2 drones. Going to be able to pick off a third and some Zerglings. And there's just a handful of drones here at the third. I don't believe this Dark Templar should be able to get any damage done. That's a no. Okay. Thank goodness there's justice in this world. So, Circling Has third base and sneaky fourth base online. Has plenty of High Templar Storm. 1-1 done on the Zealots. No upgrades for the Zerg at all. Big Storm. Second Storm makes it a slaughter. A little light on Zealots overall, but again, almost doubling up the number of workers. That probe transfer, very bold. Going to get caught by the Hydras. And now Ford knows, hey, where were these guys going? But there's a lot of cannons up here. They're getting chased by some Zealots. Got to run up the ramp. Oh, almost kills one of the cannons. Lives with 2 HP. This has just been a series of unfortunate events so far. Sunken's up at the 4th for Ford. Good, healthy number of drones at the 3rd as well. So, 4 base economy from Ford kicking online. Has quite the large amount of gas. So, could be getting some extra upgrades. Could be getting into Hive Tech, learning how to spend some of that extra gas. Meanwhile, DT is still trying to run around. The Overlord's here, going to protect that base. And with this base fairly well secured, that does mean that a 5th base not too far off from Ford either. So now it's, hey, what? 21 kill Archon. Jeez. Some big storms in this game so far. And now I think it's time for Zerg to kind of go on the defensive. I think 2-2 Zealots are going to be way too strong for the non-upgraded Zerg army and for how little there is here. Dragoons getting mixed in at an appropriate timing. No way you take this base. That would be too funny. So. What does Ford want to do now? Nice storm. Another okay storm. As Zealots are just going to be able to clean up the remnants of this Hydra force. Yep, continues to mop up. And now, where does the Protoss attack? Because I don't think any of these bases are well enough defended to defend against this force. And it looks like he's actually going to split them up. Just send some Zealots up top and bring the rest of the army back home. And these Zealots, I think, can break this base. The force being mobilized out of Ford. And now, does he just go for drones? Does he go for army units, or does he go for the hatchery? It looks like he's killing every single drone. This High Templar survives, does not get the storm off, though. And it looks like the reinforcements from Ford are going to be able to clean up this small force. If he had the rest of his army here, I think he just cleans up the response force, and then that's it. But as played, Ford holds on a little bit longer. Another huge kill Zealot, preventing a 5th base from going up. And now Ford, very low on drones for this stage of the game. Has Hive Tech. I believe should have Adrenal finished. But no upgrades, so the Zealots still very strong against the Zerglings. And now this probe is going to come over, see, hey, are you trying to expand there? Because I'm kind of trying to expand there. And I think Zergling absolutely has a lock on this game. His army's very large. He has multiple base economy set up. Zerg doesn't really have any upgrades, doesn't have like well-established hive tech just yet. And yeah, I think that he can actually just push straight into the main and make things work. Especially since there's just drones coming out right now from Ford. Storm kind of whiffs and manages to pick off the High Templar. Now these Hydras are brought backwards into sunken range. And a little bit of a mixed up attack here. No lurkers, so these Zealots getting on top of the Hydra. Huge storms as well from Zergling. Absolutely demolishes all of the Hydralisks. These Zealots are just going to be able to tear through everything. Dragoons adding additional fire, going to help clean up the Sunkens and whatnot, as reinforcements from the 4th and the 3rd base are going to come in, but there's just not enough here. They're going to stream in one by one into the death machine that Protoss has assembled, as Protoss now triple the supply of Zerg, going to come way ahead into the natural, going to be able to kill every piece of tech that there is. And Ford at this point just doesn't have a chance. Trying to defend on the ramp, but there's more Zealots than there are units on the Zerg side of the map. And that's never a good place to be. So Ford taps out. Zergling goes up 1-0 in this match. And really well played by him as well. Kept his probe alive. Got to see all of the tech, or lack thereof, of Zerg. Built plenty of cannons, teched straight into Storm, lived, and just managed to do everything exactly as he needed to do. Macroed up, did huge DT and Zealot harass, and then rolled through with a big ol' army. So, well done by Zergling. We're going to have to see, can Ford make a good response in game number 2. Okay, in the bottom left, as the tan Protoss, we have Zergling. And in the bottom right, because they want me to have absolutely no idea what's going on the minimap, it is the gray Zerg Ford. Like, seriously, can you all tell the difference between the gray and the tan on the minimap? Because I can't tell any difference, especially on creep. Like, that color versus that color, like, come on. Come on, guys. You're making my life way more difficult than it needs to be. Once again, looks like we're going to have to see which order does the Protoss get his buildings in. Obviously, Pylon's going to be first. We don't need to talk about that one. Last game we saw Forge, Cannon, Gateway, Nexus. Is he going to do... looks like it's Gateway this time. So Gateway first from... Oh, 2 gates. Here we go. So some Zealot aggression coming out of Zergling. And Ford going for the overpool. Should have some Zerglings to defend against it. But maybe he might try to cut the corners, only build 2 instead of the 6 that he built last time. So the 2 gates coming in real hot from Zergling. Unfortunately, Shift Tab only does yellow in this case. So, not actually useful for us. And Zergling also being super annoying with the probe. Blocking. Doesn't manage to block that time, but it's enough of a delay. I mean, it just prevents the Lings from the expansion coming out earlier. And it looks like it's going to be 6 Lings once again from Ford. And the Zealots are coming. The Zealots are coming. Or the Zealots are spawning. I guess they aren't on their way yet. Probe manages to get picked off from the Lings, so that's a really big deal. Since that probe wants to help the Zealots kill Zerglings. Looks like Ford going to go ahead and plan on taking a 3rd base here. So 3rd base going up. And I guess this is just going to be like a delayed Zealot pressure type of build. So choosing delay until he has all 4 Zealots and then sending out the Zealots. And does the drone see it? Looks like the drone's not going to see the Zealots move out. Is going to see the 2 gate. And then immediately it's going to be, oh no. Can I build Zerglings? How many Zerglings can I build? And here come the Zealots. There's really not enough Lings here to be able to fight 4 Zealots. A drone. An aggressive larva choice as more drones are being built. Did not properly respond to the double gateways. Did not see all of the Zealots moving across the map. And it looks like, oh man, Zergling could just go into the main and just kill every single drone here. As more and more Zealots are coming out, now Lings are being produced from the natural, but it might be too little too late. This hatchery is already looking pretty grim. The Overlord just now spawning, allowing him to spawn more Zerglings. And it looks like it's going to be a sandwich attack, but the one piece of bread has holes all in it and is torn to shreds. So natural expansion does not seem like it will be long for this world. There's more Zealots coming down. The ramp completely blocked off. And there's way too many Zealots here. Not enough Zerglings. So the natural at this point is it's dead. And these Zealots have just killed infinity Lings, it feels like. So decent surround on the ramp Zealots, but at this point there's nothing else left. And a very fast game 2 coming out of Zergling. Taking the series 2-0, I believe. So quick 2-0 from Zergling. He's going to put... Did that not go in? Angry. Is going to put Team Socialized Healthcare up 2-0 in week 4, tier 3. Or 2-1, sorry. Barisu won our first match of the day. So now we will go to the best matchup in StarCraft. Chess T as our Terran versus Gecko as our Zerg. I love TVZ. Definitely more painful from the Zerg side than the Terran side, I'd say. Very difficult to navigate the game in a macro standard type of game. But there's definitely some cheesy builds, especially the Zerg player can do, that are very strong to throw Terran off their game. So I believe everything is set up, ready to go into our 4th match. Starting off on everyone's favorite map, Fighting Spirit. So here we go. In the top right, as our tan Terran, we have Chess T of Team Samyang Fire. And representing Team Socialized Healthcare, we have the purple Zerg Gecko. Oh man. So, TVZ, there's like a million things that can happen in TVZ. Both sides have plenty of options, right? So, for example, Terran has two major branches. You can go with a whole bunch of barracks, marines and medics, or you can go with factory plays and build a whole bunch of Goliaths and a couple siege tanks. And there are other like small variations within both of those two major branches. Likewise, Zerg has quite a few options. They can go for aggressive 2-hatchery plays, 2-hatch muta, 2-hatch lurker. They can also go for a more macro-oriented 3-hatchery muta play. Is generally what you would see out of three hatcheries. There are other options too as well. You have like some three hatchery, like a speed ling all in. But those are kind of the major branches that we want to be observing. And in Zerg vs Terran, more than Zerg vs Protoss, you normally don't see very early spawning pools like an overpool. You still can. It's much more common to get a go hatchery first from the Zerg point of view. Looks like Chess T going for some sort of wall off. Barracks, supply depots. I'm not entirely sure if there's a ling-tight wall in this position. I don't think that there would be. You might be able to put the barracks a little bit lower and go supply depot, supply depot. But that wall also just doesn't seem all that powerful, so we will just have to see. Additionally, an interesting Overlord scouting path. Normally, I believe Zergs scout towards the natural ledge of their opponent. So it would be more standard for the Zerg to scout for his Overlord up in this top left base first, just so that it can get safe faster and then not get picked off by Marines. So it does seem like there is some sort of wall off here as Lings are heading across the map. So smart decision from Chess T. As long as he finishes the wall before the Lings get there and gets the Marine on the other side. But if the Marine is on the wrong side of the wall, these Zerglings can get in and do a lot of damage. And it looks like the Marine is not going to get on the correct side of the wall. And the Zerglings can just run around and kill this Marine as well. And so now it's dire straits for Chess T as he's going for that factory for the mech play. So now the SCVs are pulled, trying to get the bunker up so that the Zerglings... Oh, but the Marine's getting blocked by the SCVs. The Marine does manage to get in, but the Lings are in the main now. Going to try in and get some SCV damage. But it looks like Chess T is going to be able to survive unless these Lings just get way too much damage. And it looks like the SCV damage is immense, as now they're getting pulled as well. There's no expansion either here, so Chess T not getting any money as Gecko is able to drone up, get a lair, get a third hatchery, get everything he needs to do, and Chess T is just sitting here. I gotta micro this vulture for my life. And man, the vulture cleans up the Lings. But layer's halfway done. There's no natural expansion from Chess T. There's no armory, so there's no engineering bay. Chess T is in a very rough position for defending against Mutalisks. So how does Chess T defend from here? Sunken Colony is up. Hydroden is blocking from the vulture run-bys. Normally you wait for 3 vultures before you run by. So third one should be on the way. But once again, Lair's done. Spire is on the way. Chess T is on the clock. He has so much that he needs to get. He needs to get another base. He needs to get an armory. He needs to get an engineering bay. And right now, with 15 SCVs, he's just not going to have enough money to afford all of that. So which ones does he choose to go for? It looks like another barracks, so might recognize, hey, I don't have enough time to get a force of Goliaths. I only have enough time to get up Marines to defend. But if we look at Gecko here, he's going to be able to pump out a good number of Mutalisks. Doesn't quite have the gas in his natural just yet. Should be coming down here shortly, I believe. I might be incorrect on that, but I'm pretty sure that most of the time you get the Zerg gets gas at the natural, like when Spire is starting, so they can go up to 800 gas, build eight or 9 mutas right as that hatchery finishes. And still no engineering bay. So, no expansion, 2 barracks, no armory, no engineering bay. Looks like expansion does come down now, and that's really what Chess T is going to have to rely on, since mineral production is pretty much at a standstill. No gas income. Here's the engineering bay, but the Spire's already done. But there's Hydras. Okay. Looks like Hydralisk's going to be the choice here. And I suppose this could just be a lurker. It's not lurkers. It's just straight up Hydralisks. Okay. Pretty sure Marines do just fine against Hydralisk. And this could just be a situation where Gecko misread. Gecko thought, hey, you know, I saw those vultures. He's going mech, so he's going to do some sort of Goliath push. So I'm not going to go for the Mutalisks. Didn't recognize, hey, he didn't have enough money to be able to go for Goliaths after all the harassment I did. So now it's Marines versus Hydralisk. Very tough for the Hydralisks. But manages to pick off a barracks. And yeah, this might still be fine. There's no medics here is the big concern. So the Hydras doing quite well against this small clump of Marines, and the rendezvous of Hydras are going to be able to really clean up unless manages to not die to a mine, which is harder than it sounds, honestly. Breaks the bunker. Is going to be able to kill all these Marines. Don't die to the mine. Don't die to the mine. Big mine hit. Needs to not die to this other mine hit. It's a Marine slaughter right now, and Chess T still in very dire economic straits, trying to get up whatever semblance of defense he can. Pulling the SCVs, only loses 1 Hydra to that mine. Very low Hydralisk pushing out a ton of damage, dies to some SCVs. The SCVs are going to be able to clean up. But at this point, there's just not enough production from Chess T. No siege tank, just straight Marines, no medics. He has a total of 20 SCVs, and now the Zerglings and Hydras are going to be able to run in. Will the bunker finish? It doesn't look like it. Bunker does finish, but there's no health on it. And now there's not enough Marines to be able to fend off against all of these Lings and Hydras, and that's going to be it. Gecko manages to figure out what's going on, switches over to Lings, kills Chess T. Goes up 1-0. All right, into game number 2 we go. Let's pull up the replay for game number 2. In the way of an eddy. Here we go. Burning daylight here. We got lots of games that need casting. So, game number 2 for Chess T versus Gecko. I wonder how Chess T decides to change up his gameplay. Is he going to go for a wall like he went last game? Or is he going to change it up, do something a little bit different? Is he going to just build it all in his main? Likewise, is Gecko going to start with Pupil first again? Because it was very effective last game. Or is he going to go for something like Hatch first? Looks like Chesty is looking for some sort of SimCity nearest ramp. Some sort of supply depot, barracks, choking off. That way he just doesn't straight up die to Zerglings. So. Looks like no pool yet is going to be Hatch first from Gecko. Meanwhile, SCV is making the way around. And decides to build the barracks at the front. So the first supply depot's kind of out of the way of the ramp, and then the barracks is at the front. So a little bit of an interesting SimCity out of Chesty. Also manages to scout his opponent first, which is great. It looks like it's 2 racks on 1 base. That's very aggressive as well, considering no SCV production here. Is going to get scouted by Gecko. Throws down the spawning pool. Looks like there's going to be a gas steal, so no Zergling speed, but I don't think there was really going to be Zergling speed to begin with. And then at this point, we've got to start thinking, how are we going to defend against any sort of bunker shenanigans? So Marines are on the way. Looks like it's a counter gas steal. And I really just don't think that either player's really looking to go for gas just about yet. I think the Marines and Zerglings are the name of the game. I say that as Chess T looks like he's getting ready to take an expansion, so... Marines now heading across the map, but there's only 3 of them. And there should be plenty of Zerglings here, considering we scouted the two barracks before expansion. And here they come. 3 Marines. Lings are kind of a little scattered, though. Oh, maybe on move command. So loses a lot of health on these Marines, loses 2 of them immediately, and that's going to shut down the push altogether. So a little bit of a blunder there from Chess T. Doesn't have any gas. Does have the base coming down, but 3rd hatchery coming down, colony coming down. Should be able to go straight into whatever lair tech we want from this point from Gecko. Unless the Marines just decide to be fearless and move out again. But with the sunken colony and a couple extra Lings, should be able to defend against this just fine. Should be, yep, a couple more rounds of Zerglings. Yep, 6 Lings should be plenty. This should finish just in time. Will the Zerglings be out in time? This number of Marines could go in if he was really feeling it, but it looks like there are enough lings now to where 4 is not enough to break the sunkens. Second sunken will finish just in time. So Chesty lost his timing. Now has to retreat back once again. Does force out another round of lings though. So definitely preventing the Zerg player from getting everything that he wants. Doesn't get to go up to all the drones that he wants. Just march along, la-di-da. Academy's finished. Gas just now starting up, so should start seeing some medics and some stim. Looks like it's going to be Hydralisks. Is it fast lurkers or is it Hydra? It is indeed fast lurkers. So getting those that lurker tech immediately. That'll position him well to be able to defend against the mass number of Marines that are coming out. So no stim on the way just yet. No medics either. Which means breaking these colonies is going to be quite difficult. And at this point, both players are just kind of transitioning into their mid-game. Throwing down some extra barracks, loosening things up, getting some extra gas, moving up the tech tree, getting some upgrades. Looks like we're actually moving towards lurker drops here, but there isn't an overlord. Usually you would see like an overlord hanging around this third, so you could just morph the lurkers and drop them right on in. But right now we're not quite seeing that just yet. So wouldn't be surprised that after drop we see overlord speed just so that we can do stuff. But it looks like Chesty feels comfortable moving out, and still no medics. Medics just now starting to hit the battlefield. So yeah, one Ling manages to hit the one Marine that had damage on it. Not all of these are for from the hatchery, so lurkers are done in time. Just he scans, realizes, that's probably not a good idea. Let's just go back home. Or let's go see if he has a third that's undefended. We'll see what's going on. So, medics now on the battlefield. Barracks coming up, factory coming up, upgrades, all the good things getting done. Oh, this is very smart. So, it's actually just slow dropping to the island base to get a free base. Chess T comes down, he's like, where's your third? And Gecko's like, it's a secret. Missile turret bunker coming down. Good things to get when there are lurkers on the field. As this force of just Marines just wandering around the battlefield trying to figure out, hey, what's going on? Oh, on move command too, so could have taken quite a bit of damage from those Zerglings. Looks like starting to drop off some of the things to kill the NORAD 2. Workers out in the fields, able to clean up Marines, just Marines, not exactly the best at just wandering around. At this point, Chesty has to be thinking about higher levels of tech. Definitely getting the starport down, getting some siege tanks for siege mode. Needs to be moving into vessels so that he can stop using all of his scan energy on surviving. Dude, this Terran music is so good. Every time. Just gets me pumped up. It's a pretty small little clump of units. Gecko. Is getting a third. Hive should be on the way. But now this tank is up. There's plenty of bio. I don't think this type of dive in, if this had come immediately, then I think it would have been great. Still getting a lot of damage done on these Marines though. Like, even if it gets cleaned up, just tightening down these Marine numbers so much. Absolutely worth it. So, the next set of lurkers should be able to stay alive quite well. Make things happen. And the slowest drop of all time coming out. So no Overlord speed just yet. Means that the Overlords in the middle of the map are forfeit. And now Gecko's in kind of a tough spot where his hive isn't quite finished. He does have some lurkers, but there are tanks on the field somewhere. Maybe. And the Overlord's getting picked off too, so this defense force isn't going to be quite good enough. Oh, unless Chesty just misses the scans, loses all of his clump of Marines, and now the tank arriving just a little bit late. Yeah, he'll be able to kill some of these lurkers, but there's a ton of lurkers. Just running up straight onto the tank, burrowing down, going to be able to maybe clean him up. It's close. Extra lurkers, and now there's just Marines here. There's a single tank out. Science vessels finally hitting the field. Whew, a little bit of a scrappy game here. Ultralisk Cavern coming down. No defilers just yet. So once again, we have just a string of lurkers pushing across the field. Wada, 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 wada. Supporting fleet of lings running around. But now Chess T has tanks and has vultures. Not vultures. Vessels. Wrong V word. So now it's going to be on Gecko to just kind of delay this inevitable vessel tank push. And these lings being a little sneaky along the side here. Looks like they could be going for some sort of backstab play as this force moves out. So, the Ultralisk stuff is starting to come down. There are a decent number of upgrades here. Oh, sniping off these tanks with the lings. A beautiful move. Going to help slow down how quickly this push can deal with all these lurkers. So we have the reactive creep colonies coming down. Just not quite... to the point where he can just attack move over him. So cleans up those lurkers, and now he can push across the map. Ultralisk armor not quite done yet, but there's no more irradiates either, so... Spores coming up. There's not that much of a defense against this huge Terran force. So Ultralisks have hit the field, have the armor, do not have speed just yet. And it really depends on how this engagement starts out. Okay, looks like we have Ultras not attacking just yet, choosing to get more of a surround, and the Ultras are going to be able to absolutely clean up the 2-1 Marines. You really need +3 attack against armor Ultras to really do much of anything. And now the tank siege a little bit late, and these Ultras are absolutely working house on Chess T's army. So Chess T is like, all right, let's take a hit in base. Hostile army. The Ultralisks, time to take a hidden expansion. And start dropping so that Ultralisks don't absolutely murder me. Works. Ultra speed on the way. Pretty healthy drone saturation at the third base. So is Chess T going to be able to defend everywhere? Has a small clump at his third. Has some vessels who are hunting around, but in his natural, it looks like he might just be able to push straight in. There's really not a lot of defense here. They're all in the dropships. Some big irradiates on the Ultras are going to kill the Ultras off aggressively, so a solid hold from the defense, and once again, Overlord speed not there. The turrets keeping Chess T safe against the drops. But Gecko is not safe against the drops. Oh, maybe he is. Loses one of the dropships without getting everything out of it, so all of a sudden there's just a handful of Marines here, and the Ultras are going to be able to get up here in time. Still only +2 attack against the 4 armor Ultras, so actually just don't take damage anymore from Marines. Only take damage from tanks, and even then the tank splash kills Marines faster than it kills Ultralisks. And then you have Ultras on tanks, and that's no good. Looks like Gecko is going to just run past this group of Marines with the Ling. We'll see. Hey, there's a third base over here, and should be able to just throw some Ultralisks at it and clean that up. The vessel count is starting to get up there as long as we continuously produce 2-port vessels, and we're starting to get that +3 attack so that our Marines can actually do something against Ultralisks. We could survive. Not with this many Ultralisks hitting our third base line. And a move command through some cracklings. Oh my gosh, it's a slaughter. Is there a custom map called Zergling Defense? Because that's kind of what that looked like. Just like position your Zerglings on either side, have the Marines run through them. Ooh. And at this point, I think Chess T, his options are running slim. Like, the Ultras are out. They're well upgraded. Your Marines don't have the upgrades they need. You do have a good vessel count, but I just don't think it's enough. Like, you have as many SCVs as the Zerg has drones. Like, that's never a spot you want to be in. Where are the medics? Medics. And the Ultras just live forever. They're a little confused, glitching out on the bunkers a little bit. But Marines do not kill plus armor Ultralisks. So, if those Ultras had target fired the bunkers, gotten in there, absolutely would have been a slaughter. Every stim hurts so much right now because there are no medics, or there are medics in production. No medics in production either. So every single time we stim, our Marines get closer and closer to just single death by Zergling. And those are trades we just cannot be affording to take right now. Is this creep colony going to morph in time? I do not believe so. I believe these Marines should be able to clear out this hatchery before there's any response. But I don't think Zerg really needs this. It's a spore too, so this hatchery is absolutely dead. Lings are going to run back down to clean up this Marine force. It is going to be a bit too late. Oh, maybe. Upon realizing it was a spore, it gave up. So, a good pickoff from Chess T. Might keep him in this game for a little bit longer. Looks like dropship play, once again, going to be the best option, but there's a lurker, there's some ultralisks here. The lurker's already burrowed. This drop has to find the perfect spot in order to be worthwhile. Looks like Chess T's just like, okay, I'll just expand again. Immediately has an ultralisk run in with 5 armor, just like, hey there. Again, these ultras are going to do so much. +3 attack is done though, so these Marines are doing damage to the ultralisks. And the vessel count is keeping all of the ultralisks low, but again, this point, main's mined out. The natural has 56 minerals left, and there is no third base. So Chess T has 101 minerals to survive, while Gecko has 2k banked up and a 4th base on the way. So, and every stim is super costly as well. So, third base is up. Gecko does know about it. There is an ultralisk here who can shut down the base by himself, continuously building ultralisks and zerglings. And how does Chess T come out of this one? We've got a medic. But it doesn't matter. The base is dead. Here comes the Marines, but there's a flank, cracklings that are ready to clear it out. Does it pick up? Do they pick off the medic too? No, going for the SUVs instead. And this Ultra is going to kill every single Marine here. Yep. Seems about right. As more Zerglings are coming up. There's no more money for Chess T. There's no mining. Command Center just barely manages to lift off. Is there a queen? Is there a queen? No queen. Don't see one. But Gecko's in a commanding position. I think he's able to just flood through. And I mean, every point of damage here is super valuable. NORAD 2 starting to go down, but how do you defend against just the Ling Flood from Gecko? So strong. Spire coming up. And even running one by one, it does not matter. There's too many Zerglings. We're going to be able to clear everything out here. Breaks the bunker. There's now one tank left for Chess T. Holding on to the vessel count until the very end of the game, but just not quite enough to be able to irradiate everything that needs irradiated. And once there are cracklings killing your production buildings, as Terran, it's so sad, man. It's so sad. Even the medics back here are dead. Maybe. Lings on barracks. Limited mining. Finally has this base up, but I believe that the Zerg Swarm will prevail here. Big radiates on the Lings. Doesn't matter though. Even if vessels can generate infinite value, they cannot generate enough here. A single Wraith will not save you. If it will finish. Will it finish in time? Will the Wraith get out? It does not. The Wraith does not get out. Just a split second away, and that will be Chess T tapping out with a GG. A good game from him. But Gecko will take it 2-0. Bringing the overall score to 3-1 Socialized Healthcare. Moataz just a little shy of making it a clean sweep for Socialized Healthcare. And now we go into a ZVZ. Oh man. Revok Deb versus Camo Daz. I'm very interested to see how ZVZ goes, because this matchup is such like a razor thin margin type of matchup that I just have no idea how it's supposed to look, especially at this level. Chances are, if I were to try to put on my psychic cap, we will see Zerglings and Mutalisks. That's about all I can say about it. So, into our final match of week 4 between Samyang Fire and Socialized Healthcare. Game number 1. So, in the top right, as our purple Zerg, we have Kamodaz of Team Socialized Healthcare. And in the top left, as the blue Zerg, we have Revok Deb of Team Samyang Fire. Okay, no 4 pool. Check. No 5 pool. Check. Good. So, as far as ZVZ goes, I know that this matchup really depends on maximizing the advantage or disadvantage you get between the various build orders. So you have like overpool, 12 pool, 12 hatch, and like 9 pool speed. So there's a wide variety of different builds you can do. However, you need to make sure that you're playing against your opponent's build correctly as well. So both players going to know where each other are as the Overlords high five. And it looks like it's going to be a 10 hatch from Kamodaz versus, it's not quite an overpool, but it's like a 10 pool, which isn't really a build I'm super familiar with. Now, it's been a while since I've played Zerg, but not super familiar with the Overlord. I'm not actually very familiar with either of these builds, I'll be completely honest. Like, the 10 hatch is a little weird to me. I mean, Kamodaz still hasn't built his second Overlord. So, might have to see an early creep colony also from Revok Deb. So, maybe a little bit afraid of the Ling Flood, and I do believe that that's what will be on its way. So Zergling's on its way, Sunken Colony already morphing, spawning pool still not done for Kamodaz. So here come the Zerglings from Kamodaz. Hatchery just now finishing up. What to see is with this larva should be more Zerglings if I were to wager guess, and it is. Drones off of gas and potentially Zergling speed would be my guess. As the Lings from Revok Deb come in, there's a huge mass for Kamodaz, and it is going to be Zergling speed. So Kamodaz has the Ling advantage now, can definitely push in and push across the map, but needs to be wary that there is a Sunken over there. As long as there's Zergling speed, like, Revok Deb needs to hold his ramp more than he needs to be out on the map. This is a huge, overwhelming Ling advantage for Kamodaz. Looks like Revok Deb just rallying in his natural, moving back and forth, and now Kamodaz is like, okay, I have the Ling advantage. Here comes the first thing. Revok Deb immediately turns around and goes, oh no, that's a lot of Zerglings. Does he build a Sunken Colony, or is he going to just try to win with the one? Because I feel like this number of Lings should be able to overpower even the Sunken Colony advantage. Still no Lair. Lair halfway done for Revok Deb. He needs to hold on against this Ling Flood, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Lings are coming in. No drone pull just yet, as the Lings starting to get picked off. The drone pull is here now, but the Sunken Colony falling rapidly. The drone surround, the Sunken Colony does live. However, it's very low, and there are more Lings coming over from Kamodaz. So all of these have to be Zerglings this entire time, because another dive in here can easily just kill the Sunken, just dive straight onto the Sunken, and the Sunken goes down, and now it's just Lings versus Lings and drones. But the Lings and drones succeed, so now we have to say, hey, can we get mutas? Do we need another Sunken? Do we get mutas? No other Sunken coming up. Okay, there's the creep colony. More Lings spawning, and now the Ling production's equal, so I feel like Revok Deb is going to have the advantage in terms of overall Zergling numbers. Third hatchery coming up, which I am assuming will just be for more Lings. Sunken hasn't started just yet. No Spire yet either from Revok Deb. Despite having plenty of gas, needs to start that Spire ASAP. Because once the Spire finishes, he can just walk over and kill every single drone with a single Mutalisk. Ooh, sneaky Zergling sneaking around. Picks off one drone. That's huge. Might pick off a second one. Does he get the second one? No, he does not get the second one. Meanwhile, Kamodaz dives in, but does not have enough to kill the Sunken. Another good drone drill block on the Sunken, keeps it alive. Spire is 1/3 finished. And Kamodaz has nothing going for him at this point. Zergling Rush did not do what it needed to do. Drones are coming out, but the Spire, I mean, we see that it's halfway done. So, gas now being mined for Kamodaz. The Spire's already done for his opponent, so is he going to just try to spore up? I feel like that's the only thing he can do is just build spores. spores and zerglings and hope that he can survive the mutas. But he might not even die from mutas, right? He can just die from lings. 10 lings here, only 8 here, so not quite within ling death range, but it's pretty close. Good spread on the spore colonies too, so. Ooh, barely doesn't manage to pick off that Overlord. That would have been a good pick off, allowing him to maybe gain some more ground in this game. Oh, 2 Overlords in Revoke Deb's main. That's going to be painful when the Mutalisks end up killing both of those. Now it's a question of, is Kamodaz going to be able to do something sneaky? Absolutely not. Revoke Deb, sensing blood, absolutely snipes in, gets the spore colony while the lings are out of position, and now Kamodaz has to try to capture as many lings as possible. It does pick off quite a few, but now the mutas are here and have free reign over the natural. Able to get a lot of damage on these zerglings. There's plenty of zerglings at home for Revoke Deb. Oh, there's a lot of zerglings at home for Revoke Deb. As the mutas start picking up spores and Kamodaz leaves the game. So an interesting ZVZ. Had one player open with the Link Flood, the other player defended, got Mutalisks and won. It's the short and long of it. So Revoke Deb going up 1-0 in this best of 3. We are going to game number 2, which will be on Eddie. In the way of an Eddie. Hopping straight into it. Rapid fire, just like CVZ. Okay, in the top right as the pink Zerg, we have Revoke Deb. And in the bottom left as the purple Zerg, we have Kamodaz. So if you expect me to be able to tell anything about what these players, like who's winning fights when it is purple versus pink, I will warn you right now, I will have absolutely no idea what's going on. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Pink versus purple? Really? Pink versus purple? So, no super early pool from either player. No like 4 or 5 pool shenanigans. Not a bad map for it. I know it's very long, but people tend to play greedier on long maps, which makes cheese better. It's weird like that. It looks like Revoke Deb once again going for that extractor trick, just like he did last game. Kamodaz also going for an extractor trick, so doing a different build than he did last game. It looks like they're both going for 10 hatch. So they both go for the extractor trick into 10 hatch build. I believe next should be spawning pools from both players. Yep, spawning pools for both players. Revoke Deb being just a touch faster in everything right now. A little bit ahead in minerals, a little bit ahead in spawning pool timing. Then gas, more drones I'm assuming, then Overlord. So I wonder if it will be speed from both players, or whether we will see a fast lair from one of them. But from what I believe, the 10 hatch is a like speedling all-in build, which means that we're going to have pretty equal amounts of supply of lings and larvae and drones and all that. We're both going to have speed. So who's going to transition into Mutalisks first? Or is one person going to win the first fight, and then the other person will have to figure out a defensive thing or die? So Revoked being fearless and moving out onto the map, while Kamodaz is kind of staying in his natural a little bit more. Also has 3 drones to his natural, where Revoked doesn't have any, despite them both having the same number of drones. He's just trying to increase the efficiency of his mining. And now Revoked is going to head into the main base of Kamodaz. And here's the first fight. And it looks like Kamodaz is going to win this. Has the Ling advantage. Revoked a little slow to recognize the fact that he doesn't actually have more Zerglings. And so now it's how does Revoked survive? He's going to come back and hit with his reinforcements, and then should have more Zerglings. I believe Revoked does have more Zerglings here. Definitely than this small little group. But Kamodaz is just going to run straight into the main. Never mind, he's going to send one in the main, and the rest are going to try to take out the natural. A whole mess of Zerglings from Revoked. I legitimately cannot... It looks like Kamodaz has more here. And then the reinforcements from Revoked might give him the advantage. It's going to be close. Looks like it's 4-4. 4-6, but 2 of them were off by their lonesome. Now it's 5-6, but they're bruised, and then 2 extra ones come in. So now Kamodaz with the Ling advantage. It's close. The drones are being pulled by Revoked, and it might be enough. Looks like Revoked does get the better surround here, and now has more Zerglings. Kamodaz taking a second to regroup his Lings, and is now heading back out onto the map, getting a 3rd hatchery from Revoked. While his Kamodaz also getting a 3rd hatchery just in his natural service. And now Revoked has a pretty strong Ling advantage in terms of overall numbers, though Ling's still coming over from Kamodaz. Quite delayed, relatively speaking. Now it's a question of, do you sneak a drone? I think the answer is no, but those reinforcements from Kamodaz really not doing as much as the Lings from eggs from Revoked. And now I think, man, it's so close. I don't think either player can be aggressive because of the way that the reinforcements are working cross-map. So when do people start going back into gas and start trying to get Mutalisks? Or is it only Zerglings this game? Only ever Zerglings. It looks like Kamodaz has decided that it's a couple drones, 3 drones. I think he has enough of an advantage here where he can hold on. It's going to be close. Has to fight with his whole army though. And now his army's a little bruised. Those extra 5 drones could be huge, especially if they go in gas. And it does look as though he has gas now. So Kamadaz going to be able to go up in gas here. Whereas Revoked is just still massing up lings. He has a lot of lings. That round of drones, if he hits before these lings pop, I think that he has enough to break through. The Sunken is going to do a lot, but will it be enough? No, it looks like we did not hit our timing. The lings from Kamadaz are spawning. Revoked now kind of in a weird spot where he's trying to get like a good surround, and he kind of does, but then his bottom groups get surrounded by the lings of Kamadaz. And the lair can be on the way. Still no gas from Revoked, just all in on the lings. And one of these days it'll work. But Kamadaz is surviving with 5 more drones. And that is a big deal. Lair on the way. So now the clock has started for Revoked. He has to make something happen. He's not mining gas. He's lower on drones. Has a lot of lings, but so does Kamadaz. So it's so close. I think that the Sunken is really going to be the deal breaker here. A very intelligent position, and the positioning of it is huge. As Kamadaz just keeps pumping lings, so does Revoked, but again, no gas, there's no follow-up. There's almost done. And Kamadaz goes away from his Sunken, and that might be disastrous as Revoked has a good concave as well. And now it's hard to tell whose lings are who, but I think that Revoked can dive in here. Decides no, loses a couple lings to the Sunken, and now Lair's finished. Spire's on the way. Revoked just now starting gas, and it's just too late. He doesn't have enough drones. Now he can't afford the straight up ling production. The second Sunken is going to seal this game away more than I think it already is. And a round of drones. So confident is Kamadaz right now that he can just build extra drones. Go up into Mutalisks. I suppose he doesn't know how far ahead he is in terms of economy, in terms of gas, in terms of Mutalisk timing. But right now, he is absolutely crushing Revokedeb's economy. Like Revokedeb now starting to drone up, is now starting to get lair. But the Spire is 80% complete. We have a huge gas bank for Kamadaz. Plenty of supply cap ready to go. He's going to make this look like a 3-hatch Muta in TVZ, where he just builds 9 Mutalisks and flies across the map. Looks like we are going to try to get some spores. But the Mutas are on their way. So, will these spores allow Revokedeb to make a comeback? I think it is unlikely. These lings are now chased away. Revokedeb down 15 supply. Up in drones now, though, is the good news. But with no Mutalisks, Spire hasn't even been started yet, I don't believe. Spores everywhere. And now the Lings and Mutas are going to be able to clean up. Another Overlord picked off. And with that, I feel like Kamadaz can actually just flood Lings all all in with Lings. And there's not a lot that Revoked can do. He doesn't have the Sunken Colony up just yet. Ooh, a bad attack here means that Revoked does get the better surround. But another supply block, so Reinforcement Lings going to be very strong from Kamodaz. Still no Spire started. Spire just now starting, but that's in Ling pickoff range, right? The Lings can just dive in if they need to, and I don't know, can Revoked survive here? He's got good Spore placement on both of his bases. His Spire is on the way. He has a lot more drones now. And with two... Oh, that's another Spore. It's not even a Sunken. I feel as though... Revoked might be okay here. He's going to lose his hatchery. That's okay. It's not the best. You obviously don't want to lose your hatchery, but you definitely don't want to lose that Overlord. Definitely to start brute forcing Spores. Even more mutas on the way. Spire is finished. Going to be mostly Scourge, I assume? No, a couple mutas, a couple Scourge. I mean, that's 12 mutas, right? You just fly in and you kill the Spores. Spores are starting to die here, which means that the natural expansion is wide open for Revoked. The Scourge come in, kill off some Mutalisks, and that's going to be it. Kamodaz evens up the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. On to game number 3. It will be on match point. So let's see how both players want to navigate this game. Will we see more 10 hatch? Will we see something else? Revoked, pink, bottom left. Kamodaz, purple, top right. Why? Why do you do this to me? So disastrous. So, ZVZ, match point. I think the match point's a good map for ZVZ. Like, there's the small ramps that you can get Ling concaves around. There's enough like weird bypasses that you can do cool run bys that are unscouted. And then you have like a wide open main that makes it very difficult to defend everything, I guess. Like, So many. You need so many spores to defend your main. So it looks like it's going to be the 10 hatch build versus some sort of, I think it's overpool with gas going straight into lair. That's what I'm assuming. So, guy's going straight on the gas. It's a good deal. Will Kamodaz be able to successfully Ling flood his opponent to death? With an in-base second hatch. So this is really neat. Looks like guys are getting pulled off of gas as well. So it's just a different variation of this speedling all-in type of build. So the speed should be able to hit maybe a little bit faster. But he'll have less lings. Once the second hatchery starts popping off. Speed's about halfway done for Revoke Deb. Not too far behind for Kamodaz, so really like the position Kamodaz is in. Does manage to kind of take this concavable position around the little ramp, and Revoke Deb just heads straight back home, goes into lair. And now the power of what Revoke Deb is doing is really apparent, because he can defend both bases with a fast lair and still get a lot of lings out. So obviously, like, he's going to come up this ramp, see, oh, that's a lot of Zerglings, and then run away. But he knows exactly when his lair timing is. So Revoke Deb knows his opponent is only on hatchery tech. Kamodaz is like, oh no, he's on lair. So I have to get this Evo chamber and start trying our best to defend against the inevitable Mutalisks. And now Kamodaz is like, well, actually, I have more lings than you. Let's go see if I can just kill you. But we'll play Sunken Colony, make that difficult. There is no Spire just yet. The lings are starting to flood in. And that's a lot of lings from Kamodaz. But with the Sunken City coming up here, I don't think you can actually kill this. And there's also really no rush because there's no Spire just yet. Looks like Kamodaz disagrees, is going to try to kill the Sunken. Does get on top of the Sunken with a good number of lings, but the drones are going to be able to clean up the rest of it. And these lings were completely absent in the fight, so fighting half and half, the Sunken only gets halfway dead, but there's still no Spire just yet. And there was a counterattack where a couple lings killed all the drones. So Kamodaz has to make this work right now. And he cannot. So the counterattack that I completely missed. And so Kamodaz taps out, which means Revoke Deb takes it 2-1. Good series from both players. which means for Week 4, Tier 3, Samyang Fire versus Socialized Healthcare. Socialized Healthcare won 3-2, and Samyang Fire took 2 of the closer series. So, congratulations to Barisu, Theseus, Surgling, Gecko, and Revok Deb for winning their matches. It was a good set of matches this week. Really enjoyed them. And the TVT didn't take too long. Hey, love to see that too. So, right now I'm going to take a small, probably 5 or 6 minute break, eat some crackers, drink some water, and get all of the overlays set up for week 5. Let me make sure I get this correct. I've got week 5 Passion Daddies versus Team Socialized Healthcare. So give me about 5 or 6 minutes to get that fixed up, and I will be right back. All right, and we are back with, that's the wrong side, with Team Passion Daddies versus Socialized Healthcare. This is going to be the Tier 3 Week 5 matches. Now, we only received 4 sets of replays for this match, so we have 4 matches here. And it's a lot of TVT. So strap yourself in, boys, because 2 TVTs means that at least one of these is going to go pretty long. That being said, we also have a TVP, which is always fun, and then a ZVP, which is also very fun. The Week 5 maps, quite a bit different than the Week 4 maps. We have Bloody Ridge to start off, so a quick 2-player map, followed up by Clay Fields, which is a 4-player map, very Terran popular, and then Overwatch to round it off, so going back to a 2-player map. So rather than doing 2 pretty standard 4-player maps and then going into a 2-player map to end it out, we kind of bounce around for Week 8. So, without further ado, let's jump into game number 1, which is going to be Danant versus Ash Aquells. Is it Alt-Y? Man, so bad. So, in the top right, as our mustard yellow Terran player, from Team Socialized Healthcare, we have Ash Aquells. And in the bottom left, as our blue player, from Team Passion Daddies, we have Danant. So 2v2, not 2v2, TVT on Bloody Ridge. Quite an interesting matchup, largely because those ridges are so defensible with siege tanks. You just sit siege tanks on them and you're like, hey, you can never break me. Third base is also pretty easy to take, which means that you can pretty easily go into macro games. With that being said, there is a lot of room in your main, which makes drops pretty difficult to deal with because there's just like so much territory that you have to be able to defend from drops. Personally, because I think that this map has a pretty short rush distance, I'm a fan of rushing on this map. I think it's a great map for rushing. 2-fac TVP, vulture play, and TVT. TVZ, not as much because I think it's very difficult for Zerg to take a third base on this map. Not like very difficult, but it can be tricky sometimes. There's a lot the Terran can do. So, both players seem to be doing roughly the same thing, building their gas, going to be going into factory play. I think the first major build variations are what we're going to see come down after the first factory. Do we go into expand? Do we pull guys off of gas? Looks like we are very adamant in getting this SCV out of here. But overall, not the end of the world. Aquells not pulling guys off gas, hints towards a multi-factory play. Meanwhile, Danant is pulling guys off of gas, which leads towards more of an expansion play. So we are going to see kind of a sort of dynamic between the two different players already. already. Wow. So, factory starting up. Should see either a second factory or something to deal with this gas. Otherwise, your expansion is just a little bit too late compared to your opponents, and things just don't click as well when you don't take your guys off of gas at the right time. So, very interested to see what plans Aquels has for this gas. Maybe it's 2-port Wraith. He has the wall off. He can absolutely afford it. Just trying to figure out exactly what he's doing. Looks like it's going to be Vulture first, and then at least one starport. At least one starport. Meanwhile, Danet's just going to go ahead and expand. Pretty normal stuff going on here. Putting guys back on gas. Add-on coming up onto his factory. Aquels is shooing off the SCV from being pesky, to say the least. So nothing else coming out of this factory right now for Aquels. No continuous slew of vultures. No more tanks. Up there, and there's the machine shop. And the starport has finished. So is it going to be Wraiths, fast drops? We will have to see. But Denant definitely getting tanks out, getting his expansion up. Everything here looks super standard. Second factory should see an armory and an academy coming up relatively shortly thereafter. And it is going to be a drop. So, Vulture drops should probably end up seeing some mines come out. But we will just have to see. Armory coming up. Pretty standard stuff from Danant. Danant, I don't think he's scouted recently that there still isn't an expansion on the ground for Aquels. He has finished it in his main, should be floating it over shortly, but still should be going soon. Armory coming up. Second command center already online for Danant. The dropship from Aquels is going to start heading across the map. So does he drop in the main or does he drop in the expansion? He doesn't really have a lot of time to be picky about it because the tanks from Danant are already here at his natural. So he has to make a big play with these vultures soon, as the vultures from Danant are going to come in and do quite a bit of damage to Aquels' SCVs. And the first tank is still on its way out for Aquels. So vultures are coming in, going to get the drop behind Danet's mineral line, which is huge, absolutely ravaging this mineral line, taking a lot of damage economically. And Aquels also taking some, but not nearly as much, as the tanks are slowly starting to come in and now have to defend against the two tanks over here. But the vultures from Aquels, I mean, there's very few SCVs in this mineral line. So Aquels with a slight worker advantage despite not having any way to kill this ground army. This Wraith comes in. Should be able to clean this up eventually, but not until most of the SCVs are dead for Aquels. So now the siege tank should help deal with the tanks from Danant, but will go down eventually. Aquels has killed all but 3 workers of Denant. So Denant needs to end the game here. There's really only 1 vulture on the map for him. He's down to 9 supplies. So as soon as this vulture gets picked off, there's nothing left. And Aquels managed to hang on despite not having nearly as much ground army. The vulture drop came in hot. Managed to clean everything up. So 2 Goliaths managed to clean up some of the vultures, but I mean, with only 1 SCV left, a couple tanks moving over, or just macroing out of it, Aquels is in a overwhelmingly positive position. So, from this point, I don't really think there's too much that Danon can do to win from here. These Goliaths have to do a ton of damage. Aquels really needs to bungle wraiths or dropships or something to have a way to let Danon back in, because there's really not that much left here. Just lost way too many SCVs to the vulture drops while microing up at front. So tanks coming in, hidden down here at the bottom. And with the wraiths, I mean, the Goliaths that are here should be able to push this back. As long as it's managed properly. So Goliaths coming in are going to be shelled down by the tanks, and without getting on top of these tanks, the wraiths are going to be able to clean this up. And that should be the end of the game, as Danon taps out with 6 supply. So Danon takes game number 1 in a relatively fast game. Just lost. No, Danon lost game 1. Aquels won game 1. Let's not mess this up. Here. So. After taking game 1, we will proceed quite quickly into Clay Fields, our second map, for game number 2. So, in the top right, as our blue Terran player, from Team Passion Daddies, we have Danette. And in the bottom left, as our mustard yellow Terran, after winning game 1 from a devastating vulture drop, we have Aquels. So, Clay Fields, 4-player map, means a much larger possibility of a longer game. I think some of the longest games I've casted have been on Clay Fields, like hour-long plus absolute slugfests. So it should be interesting, knowing that Terran vs. Terran is one of the longer matchups, to see whether that holds true here, or whether we see something a little bit faster like we saw last game, where one player dropped and the other player pushed across the map, and then we kind of tried to see, well, who handled their side of the map better. So, nothing too crazy is going to come out from either players. No proxy barracks in the middle of the map. No crazy cheeses. Should be fairly standard barracks gas stuff. Now, Aquels is getting his gas before his barracks, and that's something that I've not really seen too much of. So I don't know if this is a faster to factory play or just trying to get out the factory faster than normal. But starting the gas before the barracks is definitely unusual and hints towards a unique strategy that would be coming out. Meanwhile, Denant getting a more normal gas timing, probably going for a 1 or 2 factory build at a more reasonable time. So, once again, probably not going to see any major deviations until after the first factory. Looks like Denant did pull guys off of gas once again, so we will see factory and command center as the most likely follow-up. Meanwhile, Aquels has started one factory, still has guys in gas, more likely to start a second factory immediately. And this SCV is going to sneak in. Might not realize that there's still guys on this gas. Will be shooed away by this Marine. We still don't see a second factory as we're floating up towards 200 gas. There's the second factory. And the SCV from Denant is going to see it, so he knows exactly what's going on. It's 2 factories. He's still mining gas, so it's probably some sort of tank-based 2-factory play. Denant is just cool to macro up. He's got his command center on the way. Marines and barracks floating around doing the things that they need to do. This SCV running circles around the Marine, around the base. Of course I say that, now the Marine's going to kill it. Oh, maybe. 1 HP lives to do 1 more cycle. And by that I mean a quarter of a cycle. The caster classic. So armory coming out of Aquels. We do see vultures coming out with speed. So 2 factory speed vultures. One of my personal pet builds. I love running 2 factory speed vultures. You do get a slightly later command center, but you have the ability to just win the game. And who doesn't like winning the game really quickly instead of playing a long macro TBT? So, Vulture's going to come out, be able to get on the map, take map control, and it will really be on Denant to kind of defend against the Vulture play. As his command center comes up and his first tank starts coming out, he needs to make sure that these Vultures don't run in and just kill all of his SCVs, like last game. We need to make sure that we're keeping ourselves well defended. So, Vultures are completed, speed is done, and so they will be running across the map. And there's nothing really constraining the front of Denant's base. So when these Vultures come in, they'll be able to run straight by, right up into the main, kill a ton of SCVs. A couple SCVs coming up, but once again, they can run right past the tanks. They just run straight in the main. There's nothing stopping them. And at this point, they can just kill as many SCVs as they want to kill. Just picking off a couple so far. And this did enough damage. It probably didn't do as much as Aquels would have liked, considering that his expansion is just now starting and his opponent's is finished. So you really do kind of want to do more SCV damage than that. And it looks like Denant kind of recognizes, hey, you didn't do enough with that. He needed to kill more SCVs if he did the dive-by. He poked in, killed some in the natural, lost 1 or 2 Vultures, but at this point, mines are out for Denant. Going to be able to get up here, stop a lot of these vultures, get tanks with siege in range of this bunker, and then the vultures will not have really that much counterplay against this. Mines should be on the way. Mines almost done. That's going to be the best bet, is to micro these vultures really well, make sure he gets the mines out onto the battlefield in a way that the tanks can't just kill them. So now Aquel's in a lot of trouble. These 3 tanks kind of bearing down on him with siege, so this command center is going to finish just in time, not canceled, and will be able to lift up and fly away. But this whole time, Denent's, he's mining off of his second base. He's able to just continuously produce units, where Aquel's really doesn't have a good follow-up here. He's researching +1 attack for his tanks, but he's fully contained in his natural. Now the barracks for Denent is not really looking at the top of this ledge here, which means Aquel's does have the ability to hope to get lucky with some high ground missed shots and siege in a place where he can deal damage, but a little bit of miss micro leads to the 2 tanks on the low ground killing one of Aquel's tanks, and now Aquel's really doesn't have a good way to break out of his natural. Denent can just keep rallying tanks, Goliaths, vultures in. Aquel's is in a really tricky spot. Going to go for the starport. Hope. Hey, we dropped a lot of vultures last game and it worked really well. So let's try that again. Get some more vultures out. Is this going to be enough? I don't think so. I think the high ground advantage is just a little too much. And now there's only 1 tank up here. So all of a sudden, this number of vultures can absolutely just run down, place some mines around this tank, and clean up the contain. Like, there just hasn't been the production from Denent at home to follow up and keep the contain strong. So adding in a couple extra factories, starport is finished for Aquel's, and it's actually going to be a Wraith. So despite not going for the drop ships, the missile turrets that are coming up are going to be able to prevent the Wraith from doing a lot of damage to the contain, which is really only a single tank at this point. So it's not the strongest of contains. Yep. So Vulture's able to get on top of the tank, gets the spider mines down, tank explodes, perfectly executed. Once again, there now is no contain actually set up. So Aquel's did a good job maintaining his composure. Got the contain broken. His expansion's down. Now he's back in the game. Equal number of workers. And Aquel's is higher in supply, so we're up with a little bit of a cheeky siege on this high ground. This high ground is indeed the most notable feature of Clay Fields. Now, will this 1 tank be able to beat these 5 attacking uphill? It looks pretty... Oh, a huge mine hit, but the tank's still strong enough to be able to clean up that single tank. But very cost efficient from Denent, just in terms of mines and a single tank on the high ground. Able to put in serious work. There's not really Wraith defense here, and very low number of SCVs. Denent's really struggling, both doing the contain and then macroing behind it, making sure he's producing workers and building units to reinforce his contain, because with the position he was in, I feel like he could have just continuously rallied his units across the map and pushed and won the game. But now we're in a state where Aquel's is stabilized. He's ahead on workers. He has his natural expansion up. He's got pretty good tech. He has +1 attack. He can be working towards +2 pretty soon. And Denent, he has a good number of factories, but his worker count's trailing behind. He's just now getting a starport. His +1 attack just finished. So it will really be on Denant to try to figure out what's the best transition from this position. Do I expand again? Do I throw on a couple more extra factories and really try to hammer it in home? Do I go for Starport and go for like some sort of 2 Wraith play? Does he go for drops? Try to drop into the main of his opponent. So there's a lot of different possibilities to play from this point, but Denant's solidly behind. So we have 8 tanks for Aquels versus the 5 of Denant. Third base coming up for Aquels, still ahead of Denant's base, and Aquels is now even in supply instead of behind. Looks like Denant also choosing to take a third base. Different locations. I would say that Denant's is more protected based off of just normal map geometry. It's just easier to move up the ramp into his third base. So Wraiths now getting in a tussle. Denant losing that tussle. And Goliath coming over and trying to help out just a little too late. Looks like a 4th from Aquels as well. So both players now transitioning into a more macro style game. Kind of taking their positions on different sections of the map. It looks like Denant's actually going for an attack into siege tanks here. We'll be able to siege up, as there's only 2. The Goliath should be able to clean up these Wraiths, no problem. And now Denant has once again seized the high ground in front of his opponent's base. So another good position for Denant. If he doesn't lose vultures and such to attacks like that, so needs to be reinforcing this contain though. Needs to be making sure that he's getting everything that he needs. So Aquels gearing up for another drop. I mean, no defense in the natural for a vulture drop. No defense, minimal defense in the main for a vulture drop. And third base completed but not quite online yet for Denant. Aquels still an overwhelming tank count. Ooh, tank immediately gets 360 no-scoped. This tank also about to get 360 no-scoped. Possibly, just barely out of vision range. But is a hair's breadth away from absolute annihilation. So Aquels starting to get his third base online, as is Denant getting gas and supply depots, making sure that vulture run-bys don't get him good. And it's a 2 tank drop from Aquels into the natural of Denant. Should be able to siege up and get some huge volleys on these SCVs. So only 1 kill so far. I'd almost question on whether the vulture drop would have been more worthwhile. Once we just took away the SCVs, still managed to kill 6 SCVs so far. So still done plenty of value. Forces the lift of the command center. Might be able to get some extra damage done on the sieging tanks over here. And +2 is actually done for Aquel, so I believe he does not win this fight, actually. But +2 attack, huge in TVT. Allows tanks to 2-shot other tanks instead of 3-shot other tanks. Looks like Denant almost recognizes that this third base is vulnerable. Aquels has all of his tanks down below. Denant's just going to walk straight up into Aquels' third base. And now this base is going to need to be lifted, relocated somewhere else. So both players kind of getting their economies disrupted at this point. Denant has a very solid control of this high ground. Now also has +2 tanks, which makes breaking siege lines even more difficult. And Aquel's losing his third command center, just leaves it there, flies, pick it off. So now Denant's in quite the strong position. Drop did not do as much damage as maybe we needed it to. Once again, Aquels is gearing up. He's got 3 sets of dropships now with tanks available. Denant has 2 that he's going to be working to drop with. So, the third of Aquels not very well defended. Going to ferry over some tanks here, make sure that it's a little bit better, but still, while controlling this high ground, this third's fairly well isolated from the rest of the army. So a drop from Denant can do serious amounts of damage. Now up to 4 dropships, so starting to approach doom drop territory for Denant. So Aquels is almost mined out of his main and should be running fairly low on his natural as well. So Aquels, despite being in kind of a tough position early and then into a great position mid, has now found himself in kind of a troublesome position where if he loses this third base, he really can't do that much. So, and there's a lot of dropships ready to go. Huge number of factories coming out from Aquels. Should have a similar number for Denant. So both players, plenty of factories. It looks like now's Aquels' time to try to break out. He's going to be dropping on top of the tanks. Mines get denied, so a good breakout from Aquels using the dropships, baiting out some of the mines, and able to clean that up. But meanwhile, Denant going for the drop into Aquels' mains, but there's tanks here. There's plenty of tanks here. Tanks are sieging right now. There are not enough tanks here, actually. The tanks get cleaned up, and now, all of a sudden, Denant is on the production of Aquels, and Aquels needs to figure out, does he go back, does he go forward? And the answer is forward, which is tough because he's going into mines, and there are tanks sieged at the ready at both of his expansions, so he needs to figure something out, and he changed his mind. He's going back, but there is no time to go back. He's losing his production as we speak, so... And he changed his mind once again. The reinforcements are going to clean that up. He's going to just figure out, can we do some damage down below? It does look as though the 2 tanks here are going to be able to clean that up eventually. But the 2 tanks here will absolutely stop the assault from Aquels, and now Aquels getting dropped again. Just continuously needs to clean up drops over and over and over again. SCV's at the top, could take an expansion up there, has money enough too. But too much going on other places. Trying to build raids. And now the command center goes up. How does Aquels want to transition out of this one? So drop finally gets cleaned up by Ockwells. Now Denant. Pretty intimidating army here. No more mining in his main. Natural's running low. Third will probably start running low pretty soon. Ockwells, no mining in the main. Natural's running low. Third's still fairly healthy, and fourth base now starting to come up, but it looks like Denant, it worked the first time. Let's run it back. Do it again. Going for another big drop. And the Wraith from Ockwells could catch these dropships, and that would be huge. They're being spread out. So if these dropships get picked off, that is one way that Ockwells can really solidify himself into this game. Just making sure, hey, I'm not losing too many other things. Both players just kind of macroing up, building units. Science facility getting picked off. Looks like Ockwells has found a way to claw his way back into this game. His Natural's now fully mined out. Denant's right behind him. Not too many more minerals in there. It looks like the drop's been spotted by the Wraith. Two Goliaths here might be able to pick off one dropship. They're going straight for the main, so picks off one. Does help considerably against surviving against this type of drop. And Denant's just like trying to figure out, where do I go? Two more Wraiths coming down. Has to drop here. And that's a lot of Goliaths, so Wraiths go down immediately. Seachank's going to be able to clean up some of these buildings, keep the drop good, but the production is secure, and that is what we really need to make sure happens against these doom drops, is that we manage to keep our production. We might lose the starport production. That's acceptable. We can lose starport. Our starports cannot afford to lose factories. 3-1 for Ockwells against the 3-0 for Denant. Armor not really the most important upgrade in TPT. Can be nice, but not the most relevant thing. So another cost-efficient drop here. Going to be pretty difficult to clean up for Ockwells. But Ockwells has started taking other sections of the map, right? He has more bases ready to go. Factories being built other places. Meanwhile, Denant, I mean, he's just now taking a fourth. Whereas Ockwells has a fourth and a fifth, so definitely like the position that Ockwells has made for himself. Could use a couple factories up in the top left, but solid mining out of his 9 o'clock expansion. Looks like he's going to lose a couple factories and supply depots, though. These final couple tanks. And that now with a pretty considerable supply advantage, despite having less workers. So it's an overbearing army advantage. Now might have caught wind that Ockwells has his base up here, going for another drop. But with the SUV, might actually just be looking to take an expansion of his own, like a sneaky base or something. It's difficult to tell. It's like, yes, we are going to get bases that are right next to each other. Dropship getting chased away by Wraiths. Should be able to take that one out. Easy peasy. Now Aquels takes wind of this fourth base. Very well scouted. And this force from Danant prevents from taking this part of the map, but really doesn't do anything for furthering Danant's economy. Now Danant's on one base, and it doesn't have the longest amount of time. Does decide to take the top left, and is ferrying a whole bunch of workers over there, as well as ferrying to the top middle. So both players kind of trying to figure out where they're going to be taking bases. So Aquels recognizes, hey, this top section of the map is probably the most important part of the map for us. And now Aquels spots, hey, there's two dropships leaving up here. That's kind of weird. You're building a whole bunch of stuff over here too. But there's no defensive units, so these tanks should be able to just come straight up here. Start picking off SCVs. So Danant, once again, still has a huge army, but it's all just sitting at home right now. It's not really furthering his ability to get more resources. So he needs to figure out, hey, how am I going to cost efficiently take more bases? Top left has been completed. And now we're trying to figure out how does Danant get more money? Danant's going to push down, start working on this top left base of Aquels. There's two tanks defending here. Looks like the tank from Danant is within range to start picking away at SCVs. But really, with only one tank, there's not too much that can happen. Drops from Danant, picks off the harassing tanks from Aquels. Looks like dropping on top of these tanks will clean this up as well. So now Aquels losing control of the top left side of the map. That has established himself as the owner of that part. Still has a large army at home. Aquels hasn't really started getting his bases set up for production elsewhere. So could just take the bottom right free, but right now focused on trying to prevent Danant from taking the burst, taking his additional bases that he so desperately needs. So Aquels pushing up into the middle of the map. So Aquels, as Danant cleans up this base. We have battle cruisers from Danant. So despite not really having that much of an economy for most of the game, Danant's been building up a battle cruiser force. We're pushing across, probably down to this lower base, which is really one of the last bastions that Aquels has. Despite having that top left for so long, now all of a sudden it belongs solidly to Danant, and Aquels is struggling. Hey, where am I going to pick up some bases? Two unclosed grace, not quite enough to deal with this number of battle cruisers. And actually, the battle cruisers have found the undefended base. There's no air defense over here, just two tanks. So these battle cruisers should be able to clean this up as well. Which again, I mean, Aquels has a large bank, but no mining at all, and it looks as though Aquels is almost going for desperation tank attacks into the main of Denant, like saying, hey, if you've got battle cruisers at my third, I'm going to just siege up and start bringing the fight to you, because these battle cruisers are going to be able to clean this up. Command centers going up in the top left. And now big siege lines up here, but there's no siege from Aquels. Aquels just A-moving into other tanks that have +3 attack. And they're just continuously running in, and maybe there's enough tanks? Nope, there's not quite enough. It is close. With a little bit of an earlier siege, should have been able to clean up a lot more, and now the BCs are coming in and going to clean up the rest of these tanks here. The BCs heading into the main of Aquels. Solid grasp of this top left. Really 1.5 mining bases, I'd say, from Aquels at this point. We're just going to have to see. So, all the factories remain going down for Aquels. He's going to have a huge bank, but how does he spend it? He's going to have to throw down a lot of factories in this other main. Has to build a barracks first, so that production is going to be incredibly delayed compared to losing the vast majority of everything he owns. So Denant really navigated this game well. Kind of felt like he was losing during the mid game, but came through, got some big drops off, and managed to find a way to put himself into a commanding lead here near the ending portions of this game. Now, it is possible that Aquels finds a way to build enough Goliaths to finish this off, and there is a decent number of Goliaths here that are doing good damage to these battle cruisers. Just needs to not get too many of them picked off. And it looks like a couple battle cruisers going to be able to go down to these Goliaths. Still has plenty left, though. A couple more spawning one at a time. Not quite able to kill one. They're all very bruised at this point. Puts the bruising cattle bruiser for sure. And Aquels is now starting to be able to build factories in the bottom right. So with these Goliaths cleaning up, well, almost cleaning up the battle cruisers. We might have a continuation of this game. A couple more battle cruisers coming through, though, and that just might be too many to deal with. So one more going down. The battle cruisers have set their sights down on this bottom right expansion. And it is undefended to the max. So, was not able to get these factories down fast enough to be able to pump out even more Goliaths. And these battle cruisers are still alive. 6 HP and a piece. And a hero Goliath manages to kill both of them. But there's 6 more battle cruisers. And they're going to clean up these factories in the bottom right. And then how does Aquels build more units? He has so much money, he just can't, he doesn't have the production to build units. And Aquels has income. A lot of idle SCVs, but has income, and that's important. Aquels is starting to fall a little dry. Will another large tank push be able to clean up bases here? Looks like the tanks are just going to be able to push right on through. And there's no defense up here for any of these 3 bases against tanks. So these battlecruisers are going to clean up the bottom right. The tanks and some Goliaths are going to clean up the top left. And then what? What else is there? Some more battlecruisers, but that's not really what you need right now. Since Aquels has just been pumping out only Goliaths out of the 5 or 6 factories that he has. Top left gets cleaned up. This bottom base manages to stay alive, and that's incredibly valuable since there's only 8 battlecruisers left now, and there's quite a few Goliaths. And without siege tanks to back up the battlecruisers, the Goliaths should be able to tear them apart. Battlecruisers running around. Again, there's so many Goliaths here. Battlecruiser goes down. Another battlecruiser should be going down here shortly. And now there's only 4, but there's an overwhelming number of Goliaths. The tanks up top are starting to be able to kill those bases. And Donant doesn't really have a large bank. Now the number of Goliaths is dwindling, but so is the number of battlecruisers. So there's only 4 more battlecruisers here. The top left has been cleaned up, so Donant has no more mining bases and just has 4 battlecruisers. Aquels has plenty of money and plenty of ability to mine, but just no production structures. And he hasn't building out of the ones he has. He needs maximum number of Goliaths. Okay, so we're going to pull the battlecruisers over to this clump of Goliaths, and then we need to kill a battlecruiser. If we kill a battlecruiser, we're in a good position. Yamato's a supply depot. And here we go. We're going to try to pick off a battlecruiser. Damage is 1. That's good news. Able to... if we can get free damage on the battlecruisers... because this is all there is left. There's some tanks and vultures, 4 more battlecruisers, but Donant is out of money. This bottom right base from Aquels, still mining. Will it be enough to delay the next battlecruiser push? Because here comes the next battlecruiser push. He needs more missile turrets here. Oh my gosh, what is going on? So a little chitter chatter. Some missile turrets going up. I don't think they're in time though. I think the battlecruisers will get here in time. Looks like they do. So battlecruisers will be able to clean up the bottom right again. And Aquels is retaking the top left. So bottom right goes down. Battlecruisers get baited into turrets and Goliaths, so these battlecruisers all go down. Now Donant's trying to figure out, well, how did I lose this? He's got 4 battlecruisers, a couple things at home, but there are forces in other parts of the map. And there we go. Donant taps out. So that will be a 2-0 for our Terran player Aquels. Well-deserved victory. If you're just tuning in, you came in with the big STPL raid. Welcome to the Coach Pupil League Season 5 cast that I am doing of a couple kind of catch-up games. We've fallen a little bit behind, especially at the lower ranks of our play in terms of getting all the games casted. So today I was like, I'm just going to try to cast as many Tier 3 games as possible. So we started out, we did a full set of week 4. Let me make sure I get this right, because I get them switched up all the time. So we did week 4, Samyang Fire versus Team Socialized Healthcare. Right now we are going over the week 5 Passion Daddies versus Team Socialized Healthcare. And then coming up, we should have week 6 Passion Daddies versus Samyang Fire. But I was actually sent the wrong set of replays, so I'll see if I can get those back. But anyways, so set 1 goes to Team Socialized Healthcare from Ash Ockwell's. Well, one set of games there. And now we're going to be going into a TVP match from FZ and Motaz. Motaz, we got to watch play PVT earlier today, where he went with a very aggressive Dragoon opening in order to break the Terran all 3 games. So we'll see if that strategy manages to go better for him today or this week, or whether he falls into the same trap and ends up getting crushed by siege tanks, because Terran is real strong. So once I pull up this replay, we'll go ahead and hop into game number 1 of FZ versus Motaz. I forgot to change the names. I'm so good at this, man. I'm so good at this. Okay, in the top right, as the white Terran, we have EFSA. And at the bottom left, in the yellow Protoss, we have Motaz. Sorry, yellow Protoss. So let me go ahead and fix up the colors real quick here. That's not the right color. That's the right color. Because I forgot to switch over my overlays. So, TVP on Bloody Ridge. Bloody Ridge, a map that I like to play aggressively on TVP. Largely because Arbiters just recall into the infinite space in your main. But obviously also a pretty strong macro map for Terran. Pretty easy to split it half and half. So interested to see how EFSA feels like playing it, how Motaz feels like playing it, since we did get to see Motaz earlier in this same matchup. So, gas opening from EFSA. Pretty early gas as well. 11. Not too strange, but does lead to a little bit of a faster factory. Gets those mech units out just a little bit faster. Looks like EFSA pulling guys off gas, going to be going for a very normal factory expand, whether it's Siege or Vulture or some other sort of fast expand. Whenever you pull those guys off gas, it's a pretty clear indicator that, hey, we're going to expand. We're going to take some bases, try to go into a macro game. So here I'm interested to see, does Motaz go for his patented 3-gate range goon aggression? Has he learned the error in his ways and has started doing more normal expansion builds? Right now, it's looking fairly normal. That might be just until he decides to push out the SCV. And there we see the second gateway. So it is going to be that early aggression. The SCV is going to be able to scout as much as he wants because the Dragoon's already heading across the map. And there's not a bunker up yet. Single Dragoon, probably with some SCV support, won't do too much against 3 Marines. But if FZ doesn't see this forward gateway, which now he is, he's not going to realize that it's a pretty aggressive push that's going to be coming up. And here's the forward pylon that we saw earlier from Motaz. He definitely likes getting his pylons up there early and then going for the proxy shield battery push. Not a standard build, but one that he does tend to like quite a bit. The proxy pylon does get eaten up by some Marines. Now, will this Dragoon be able to get some pickoffs due to the pylon? It looks like no, a little bit of miscontrol, and EFSA cleans up the first Dragoon as well. And so tanks on the way. Still no expansion from EFSA, but when you know it's 2-gate goon, you don't really need to rush into it in the absolute post-haste, so. Tanks out, SCV's out. Did I miss a second factory somewhere? No, he's just pushing across. It's like, hey, I killed some Dragoons. Let's go. Let's rumble. Now we'll have to see, can Motaz survive? I mean, there's only one tank, but there doesn't need to be too many tanks. Some pretty good micro pulling him back. Can't afford to lose this other one. So does lose that other Dragoon, and now is the last Dragoon going to go down? It does, and so now it's a tank and a couple Marines against stone cold nothing. A Dragoon kind of glitching around the main, but looks like this gateway will probably end up going down. So Motaz, despite opening up with a pretty aggressive opening, is getting pretty punished by EFSA's push out. And this is off of one factory as well, so a good decision from EFSA just to push across, and it looks like he's going to just kill him outright. Tanks coming down, able to kill some Dragoons. Motaz supply block, so there's no more Dragoons coming out. It's just probes versus tanks. Dragoon now starting due to losing some probes, and oh no. Vulture's getting stuck on the gateway, but if they got on the probes right here, that's the end of the game, and here we come. Another gateway going down, but it's too little too late. The tanks and vultures from EFSA are here with mines, so tank should be able to live. SCV repair very strong. Tank comes down. Again, it's just probes against tanks and vultures. So they might be able to pick off the tank. That's good. But now down to 7 supply, 5 supply, 4 supply, 3 supply. So he's got a probe and a Dragoon on the way. 2 Dragoons on the way. There's hope. The sick mind drag. And now suddenly so Motaz manages to hold the push. Now he stands 0 chance because, you know, he has a total of 1 probe against 2 factories of production. But he has a lot of money. And it's just vultures here, so oh my gosh, the mine kills one of his probes. He had 2 probes and a mine killed 1. Come on. So vultures come in, see that there's no probes. Dances around, puts down some mines. Kills the 2 Dragoons. You have a couple more Dragoons coming, but at this point, we're just watching the inevitable slow demise. Does that Dragoon kill the tank? No. I was like, did he kill that mine? That would be the craziest thing. So 3 SCVs. Terran is in a commanding spot. I really don't know what I'm supposed to say at this point, right? Like, you should be seeing a GG here. You just should. That would just be the common thing you would see at this point. However, Moataz, he's hanging in there. He's out of money. Doesn't have an expansion. He has 0 probes. The entirety of his supply is in queued Dragoons. You got the Mind Drag moral victory, though. So, gotta give it to him there. And I suppose we are waiting for all the buildings to die. So we have a siege tank. We have 2. Okay, with that vulture dying, that means that we no longer have any way to make any more units other than this singular Dragoon. We have 6 minerals and 10 Vespine gas. And we now... Oh, we have 1 probe. I'm sorry, I missed the 1 probe. We now get the GG. Okay. So game 1 goes to EFZA. Now we're going to hop straight into game number 2. EFZA versus Moataz. I still have taken a quick break up there. So, in the top right, as our gray Terran, we have Moataz. And in the bottom right, I guess it was white Terran, and now this is gray Protoss. We have Moataz. So now we're on Clay Fields, which if you're not familiar with it, is pretty much the Terran dream. Great siegeable high ground around both your main and your opponent's main. So if you do something very defensive, you can easily place tanks up on that ridge. And if you want to do something really aggressive, you can easily take up their ridge. So, it's really on the Protoss to try to figure out, how do I deal with these ridges? Do we be very aggressive? Or do we, try to take fights in the middle of the map? Do we run around the ridges entirely and try to avoid them as much as possible? It's really up to the Protoss on how they want to do it. Because as a Terran player, you're going to want to play on the ridges outside of the bases. But we're also talking about Moataz, who I've only ever seen build 2 or 3 gates worth of ranged Dragoons and attack his opponent. So I think that's the game plan. So how does EFZA plan on keeping Moataz from killing him? Probably just a siege expand. Seems pretty good. Build some siege tanks, build some marines in a bunker, put some tanks on the high ground, put some tanks on the low ground, and move on to the next set. But there's always the opportunity for misrepairs on bunkers, for Moataz just going up to 9 gateways on 2 bases and plowing through with zealots and dragoons. Like, we've seen him break through some bases that I did not expect him to be able to break through. So we will just have to see, can he continue to push forward? CV comes in. He's pretty much standard stuff. Nothing too crazy here. Didn't go and check to see if goon range was spinning. It is, of course. However, looks like he went out to the natural just to check, make sure. Is there another gateway out there? Are you sure? So, it is going to be 2-gate range game. This man knows what he likes and likes what he knows. Against the 2 factory from FSA. So both players going to be very aggressive, pushing up across the map. I think this could be smart from FSA as well. Just recognizing, hey, when I just push across all with 1 base 1 factory, it went really well. Let's just do it again, but better. Seems pretty good. Just building marines, getting those add-ons. Factory's a little too close, I think, to put that extra machine shop on there. That's okay. Ranged Dragoons coming out. Proxy Pylon for the shield battery, I'm sure. And FSA is going to come up here. See, hey, there's an SCV. Hey, there's some Marines. Let's go say hi. Oh, man, those Marines kind of hurt. Let's run away. There we go. So now we have the 2 Dragoons going to be able to come up, say hi to this SCV, say hi to the Marines. Push up, kill a Marine. And the first tank's out. So taking a good amount of damage on both of these Dragoons. And loses one of them. So Moataz already losing 1 Dragoon. It's got to be painful right now. And then 1 Dragoon being a little aggressive there as well. Here comes the 3rd Dragoon, and I think this is where you're really going to start seeing Moataz's momentum shift. Like, if he had 1 more Dragoon here, he could easily dive up on these tanks and be in a great spot. But as he's played it so far, doesn't quite have enough HP or damage on these guys. There are more Dragoons just flooding across the map. Still, 3 tanks against 4 Dragoons. Usually take the tank on that one. Looks like that's going to be the case here as well. A little bit of miss micro. And now he's in danger of losing this pylon again. FSA just powering through with tanks. There's more tanks than there are Dragoons. That's never a position you want to be in. Now, there aren't any Marines to go with this. Usually you like to have a couple Marines. And it looks like the reinforcements are going to get caught up on this pylon. So taking out that pylon's a good deal. There's only 2 Dragoons here. Again, we have a large number of tanks compared to the number of Dragoons, which means the push is going to be incredibly effective. Continuously picking off rallied Dragoons as well. And I think this could just be it again. Mine's done. Getting in, getting aggressive. Going to be able to take out the Dragoons. Need to be careful with the tanks on top of my mines. Oh my gosh. That would have been a disaster. And now there's vultures in the mineral line. Going to go down to 1 worker probably again. Moataz, he's in shambles right here. Last time with the probe pull, there was only 1 tank. There were 2 tanks and no vultures. Now there are vultures, which are just going to annihilate the probes. The backup Dragoons running into mines and There's nothing left here. Again, tanks on mines, very spooky. With there being no more probes and being at 4 supply due to queued up dragoons, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that EFSA is going to take this series. No Nexus, no probes. Some fantasy GG timing. As more tanks come across the map. And yeah, so here we are. It is 2 supply to 47. And Moataz now admits defeat, and GG's out. Which means that EFSA is our winner of this set, 2-0. Well played by him. Put another 0-2 on the board, which means that El Pinguino versus Buenaventura is up next, a ZVP, which is maybe the best matchup in the game in terms of watching. Oh, Buenaventura is a Zerg. Wow. That makes a lot of sense. Never mind then. We've got a ZVZ, which might be the least interesting matchup to watch. So, that's going to be fun. Buenaventura, I've casted before. I don't think I've casted El Pinguino before, though. So, very interested to see how they play. But it's ZVZ, so let's just go ahead and hop right into the games, because I don't have a lot of prequel stuff to say. Going to be starting on Bloody Ridge, which I'm not entirely sure how much the map really influences ZVZ all that much. Obviously, there's little ramps and stuff that you can do Zergling concaves on that are very important. But in terms of overall, like, long-term gameplay, I think it's like rush distance is really important, and then like how many spores does it take to cover all your stuff. I didn't update my stuff either. I am losing my mind. So hopefully the players aren't doing anything too cheesy here. So both players seem to be just droning up right now. Good times. So, we're up to 11 drones for Buenaventura. We have a pool for El Pinguino. So, I believe that's a 9 pool. So, some sort of 9 pool layer, 9 pool speed variant. versus a 12 pool from Buenaventura. So if my ZVZ knowledge is correct, I believe that the 12 pool is at an advantage here due to the extra couple of drones. Though it's definitely possible for the 9 pool to get, faster Mutalisks, get onto the map faster, and essentially have that extra speed. Oh, no. The gas mining here is most unfortunate. So a little bit of misplaced pool placement is going to really reduce the number of Mutalisks that are going to be able to come out. So Ling's out for El Penguino. Going to be able to come out, but should be matched by slightly later Lings from Buenaventura. Should be able to defend this hatchery just fine. So lair on the way, lair before speed. Pretty stock standard, I do believe. Lings are coming in, and Lings will be defending. So an extra couple little extra hits from Buenaventura will give him the advantage here. Some fairly bruised Lings from El Pinguino. And now Buenaventura is going to clean up the last of these Lings and now has a huge Ling advantage. So El Pinguino being a little too aggressive there, and it's going to give Buenaventura the gumption to start up the lair. So lair is pretty much 100% behind the lair of El Pinguino. But the extra Lings should be able to make at least a little bit of a difference. Has to make some extra Zerglings, be ready to deal with things. I think that Spire looks fairly exposed. If there is a severe Ling advantage, it would be difficult to put a Sunken that hits both the Extractor and the Spire. So with the extra larva from the natural hatchery, it should be possible for Buenaventura to get in and snipe the Spire before there are any more Mutalisks. And that could be devastating. Spire's about halfway complete. Lair not yet done for Buenaventura. Lings in the choke for El Pinguino. And a scouting Ling out in front. So extra Lings are going to run across from Buenaventura. Going to be interesting to see, can he break through the frontal gap? The concave from El Pinguino is good, so that's a good trade for El Pinguino, but now he only has 4 Lings, and there's many more Lings coming from Buenaventura. Does he recognize the fact that he can snipe this Spire? He is forcing a lot of extra Lings out from El Pinguino, so he will not be able to immediately just go straight into Mutalisks, and it does look as though he recognizes, hey, that Spire is exposed. So will El Pinguino be able to go straight into Mutalisks? Spire not yet down on the ground for Buenaventura, content to just flood Lings, spending all of his money on Lings. And now it's really close. All the Lings here are very damaged, and there's no Mutalisks hitting the field yet. Buena's going to be able to get in and really damage the Spire. Should be able to take it out, unless he doesn't turn and focus Lings. So now the Spire is down to 100 HP. And now he's building Mutalisks. He can now think about doing Mutalisks because there's no Spire from Buenaventura. He was going all in on the kill him before he got Mutalisks out plan, and that has not worked. Now the Lings here could think about diving in, but do not. A little bit of miscontrol. End up fighting with the Lings and the single Mutalisk of El Pinguino. And now El Pinguino, I think, is in a fairly dominant position with the Mutalisks hitting the field first. So Spore Colonies being forced in the expansions of Buenaventura. Just didn't quite have enough to kill that Spire off before the Mutalisks come out. So, oh, but here it comes. The backstab. And the Lings get on top of the Spire. So the Spire is going to go down. So there are no more Mutalisks coming out for El Pinguino. Buenaventura does do the sneaky. And now the Mutalisks turn back, and El Pinguino taps out. Wow. He didn't realize that Buenaventura didn't have his own spire yet. Tapped out. And that's going to put Buenaventura up 1-0 to start this series. What an entertaining game that was. Remember when, before we started this, I was like, man, I really just don't like watching ZVZ. I just don't think it's that interesting. Wish we were watching CVP instead. No, that was solid. Well, why don't we watch another one of those? Like right now. So, in the bottom left, as the pink Zerg, we have Buenaventura of Team Socialized Healthcare. And in the bottom right, as our green Zerg, we have El Pinguino, there we go, of Team Passion Daddies. So, Buenaventura played that last game incredibly well, recognized, hey, he's going to be a little bit more aggressive at first, but then I'm going to have the extra hatchery in order to build more lings, and then I can really pressure him before he can use that spire timing advantage. And El Pinguino, I think, played it very well as well. Like, recognized, oh, I have to build a sunken so that I can live, and just that spire placement was killer. Opened him up to the ability to lose the game. Because without losing that spire, I think he was in a great spot to crush. So it is going to be another 9 pool from El Pinguino. And Buenaventura still not building one. So could be another 12 pool out of Buenaventura. Oh, or it could be a 12 hatch. So a little bit even more greedy, which is an interesting choice. So he knew his opponent went 9 pool in the first game, and then decides to go for 12 hatch in the second game, maybe thinking that his opponent would switch up his build order. But now, the lings are going to come out, and the spawning pool just now starting for Buenaventura. So it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge to defend the natural hatchery. We'll probably need to end up pulling drones because the lings are running. The spawning pool is still halfway done. So we'll definitely need drone support in order to help keep this hatchery alive. Unless the lings go the wrong direction. In which case, Buenaventura's fine. Super fine. It's the most fine anyone's ever been. Now he will get to see the Overlord here. And this tells him, hey, he's in the bottom left. Hey, he's in the bottom left. Don't keep going to the top right. And I think he saw it now, and so now he knows. Oh, I need to go to the bottom left. Nope, just recollecting to keep going to the top left. And now Buenaventura has lings out. So, lair coming out from El Pinguino. Buenaventura just now hitting 100 gas. Will just now be able to start his lair as he sends out lings onto the map. So now we have to be wary. Hey, Buenaventura is sending lings out on the map. Is El Pinguino going to be able to come in and get a big backstab going on? Or is he just going to chase down the lings of Buenaventura? Sunken up, so now all of a sudden backstab substantially less effective. once again, the Spire at the bottom. Very interesting choice, and there's no Sunken here either. Buenaventura is going to be able to sneak some Lings in, but El Penguino's going straight on top, rushing into the main, and there's not really anything to defend here either. Just a handful of Lings. The drone drill should be good enough with the additional Lings here to defend. Meanwhile, Buenaventura's Lings on drones. No drone drill, no extra Lings to defend. Lings just now getting started. So Buenaventura, with the backstep, going to clean up this Zerg vs. Zerg set 2-0. A well-played series from Buenaventura. Really showcasing, you know, the ability to say, I need to send Zerglings in and kill all his drones. Pretty good, I think. So that's going to put us as our third 0-2 set in this series. Man, I wish I could type. Third 0-2 set, all going to socialized healthcare in this tier 3 match. Now we are missing our 5th set of replays, so this is only going to be 4 sets, so socialized healthcare does win for this week in tier 3. And now we go to another Terran versus Terran matchup, which, I mean, who knows how long it's going to last. T3 TVT either lasts forever or it doesn't last any time at all. And you just never know. So it's going to be an adventure. We're going to have to see how each player feels like playing this set. Are we going to see a lot of drops? Are we going to see bio play? Are we going to see nukes? Seen nukes before. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I don't know how I was going to transition. So let's just not. Let's just go straight in the game. So, in the top right, as the light pink Terran, we have My Life for Ire. And in the bottom left, as the royal blue Terran, we have Ash LDC The Law. Light pink Terran, man. Not the best color choice, I don't think. Just don't like it on Terran. I think it looks pretty good on Zerg. Not so much on Terran, though. Dark blue, though. Pretty solid. Pretty solid color choice. Of course, all we have right now to judge our players by is their choice of colors. I do think that it is probably the most important part of playing StarCraft Brood War is which color you pick. Because if you pick just a bad looking color and you win, like, did you really win? Probably not. So My Life for Ire, sending the SCV out into the map. Now, I don't know whether this would be for a proxy barracks or just an early scout. Looks like we are getting a gas before barracks, so that is an interesting choice. Barracks going into the main for the Law. And now the barracks going up for My Life for Ire in his main as well. So, gas going up for both players. We should be seeing some factories. And then after we see the first factory is where we start seeing the fun of Terran vs. Terran? Do we get 2 factories? Do we get 3 factories? Do we get a command center? Do we have 1 base armory builds? 2 port wraith? Who knows? It's an adventure. So my life for hire. Looks like he pulled 1 guy out of gas. Okay, pulled 2 guys out of gas. So should be going for factory and doing command center. And LDC the Law keeping guys in gas, so most likely going for 2 factory or more play. Or could just be taking a delayed command center. You never know. So here's a factory for my life for hire. Still mining gas for LDC the Law. So more likely to be 2 or 3 factories coming out. However, we do not see that second factory yet, and lifting up the first factory as well, so delaying the first units from hitting the field. But not by that much. And it actually looks like my life for hire put guys back onto gas after the SCV's done, and is now throwing down additional factories. Where LDC the Law is now throwing down a command center. I just can't predict anything. So despite having a lot of gas, he's going for the command center. And the factories are coming down for my life for hire. Second factory for the LDC the Law. Might be in time to help against the 2 factory pressure. Should be acceptable. I'm interested to see, out of this second factory, do you build a tank, do you build extra vultures, and go for speed? Those are the two paths from this factory finishing the add-on. It looks like it's mines. So vultures and mines. An interesting choice. Usually you see vulture speed before mines in Terran vs. Terran. Because with vulture openings, you're looking to like dive in, kill some SCVs, taking advantage that way. But with mines, it's more of a, I'm going to set up a soft contain. I'm going to make sure that you have Goliaths or something else. And this command center looks awfully far away. I feel as though this is normal command center location. Even 1 square over, like, this is more normal. This seems more than 1 hex off. So LDC the Law just wanting to make sure his SCVs get extra exercise running back and forth delivering minerals. So mines are completed, plenty of vultures out, going to get out on the map. 2 tanks finished with siege. Can the vultures get in on top and lay mines on top of these 2 stacked tanks? There we go. That is the question. No speed, but if the vultures get on top of the tanks and lay mines, those tanks can be toast. So going in, loses 2 vultures to some tank fire, and then backs up and just decides to lay mines. Loses 1 to the vultures, loses 2 to the vultures. Great control from LDC the Law, managing to snipe off that mine before it goes invisible. So a pretty serious loss for my life for hire, but his command center looks pretty close and cozy, so going to be at a, despite getting it later, might be at an economic advantage right now, just because of the way that the game state ended up progressing. So got some tanks on the field, got some vultures out. I'm going to be laying some mines. From here, we got to start thinking about what type of 2-base play are we looking to do. 4 factories, 5 factories, 3 factories with a fast third. Don't see a lot of fast thirds in the TVTs that I've been casting. Seen a lot of dropships. Dropships seem to be very popular. And a cute little siege tank across the ridge, going to do a lot of damage. Delay the gas from LDC the Law, and now LDC the Law needs to figure out, how am I going to deal with this siege tank before it gets out of control? The answer seems to be try to run over with vultures, but there's plenty of vultures here. Can the mines get focused down? The mines do get focused down, so the tank lives, takes very little damage here, and the gas continues to get shelled down upon from My Life for Ire. And now he's got a second tank here. But the first one goes down, so across the ridge is protected, but there's no vision over here. So My Life for Ire could siege down and kill this last tank before it gets repaired up. Doesn't look like that's going to be the game plan. Instead, we're just going to go back home. Not home, but like a little bit outside of the... Give them a socially distant amount of space between the siege tank and the natural. So LDC the Law deciding to go for big factory gameplay. Love to see it. My Life for Ire, also a fan of big factory gameplay. Pristine. Turret's going down. And nothing else really here going too crazy. Shooing the barracks away. Getting our factories ready to go. Starport coming up, as well as +1 weapons for My Life for Ire. Armory just now finishing for LDC the Law, so slightly faster upgrades. But one less factory, so take a little, give a little type of thing. Only one tank at the front here makes this contain a little spooky. I think LDC the Law kind of recognizes this with the scan. Bait some vultures into donating their lives for the cause. Still no speed on the vultures. There's a lot of vultures and not a lot of speed. So we'd really like to see that speed upgrade coming down for both players here. Just to make sure that we get our vultures to where they need to be as fast as possible. Third command center for My Life for Ire. Benefits of having that soft contain setup with the early mines is that you can do a lot of that stuff. So this tank's almost assuredly going down, but there's some extras to back them up. But now LDC the Law has the ability to push out upwards onto the map, take one of these ridges, and easily take a third, while pumping out of like 7 factories. So another push from LDC the Law. And it looks like LDC the Law doing a good job of pushing tanks intelligently. Does leave the gas open once again to some major tank shenanigans, as vultures that dive in don't seem to be getting taken care of, and now tanks just kind of wandering in one by one, trying to get a mine drag, just walking in. Worked fairly well. My Life for Ire keeping a lot of tanks at home. If those tanks were up at the front, I feel like this is kind of almost a 2 spread out type of position. Once again, trying to go for the mines, but the vultures have been doing a good job of beating the mine. Is that mine seriously not going to go off on that tank? That's insane. Mine range is so short. And now the tanks are pushing out onto the map again. Third base is online for My Life for Ire, so obtaining that economic advantage, even more so than the long command center is gaining. And it seems like My Life for Ire, rather than like going and resetting up that contain, is happy to just take a defensive position on the map. defend it, make sure everything's going well. So you see the law scanning around, saying, hey, do you have a third base, or am I just winning right now? And the answer is you're just kind of winning right now. But doing the good diligence of scouting around, making sure that everything is as it's supposed to be. Nothing tricky is going on. So as you see the law going to push up across this top section of the map that they had cleared out, and going to put pressure on the third base of My Life for Ire. And honestly, the tanks, where they're positioned, a little bit out from where they need to be able to defend this base. So we need to see a big army movement, preferably before these tanks manage to get up on the high ground. And it looks like the tanks are sieging on the low ground, but no siege from My Life for Ire just yet, which means that this third base for My Life for Ire is going to take serious damage, forcing the liftoff, going to kill every SCV here. And now LDC the Law needs to figure out, okay, how do I take a third base? I've denied his third, I've delayed it. Looks like just taking a base a little bit away from the gas again. Okay. No issues with that. A lot of units just kind of hanging around near the bottom of the map. Again, taking a defensive position with your tanks where you can defend your third base would have prevented that third base from going down. But right now, it's all tank donations from LDC the Law into the siege tanks of My Life for Ire. Is +2 on the way. It's +1 armor. It's +2 attack on the way? I don't think so. Tanks clearing out some nonsense down at the bottom of the map. And now vultures are running around to the bottom as well. Going to try to plant some aggressive mines, but with Goliaths here, Goliath's quite good against mines. Not that good though. So, cleans them up, but not by much. Now there's just a handful of tanks near the ramp of the third of My Life for Ire. So both players kind of jockeying for position now. Main bases starting to get low on minerals. Really going to need to be thinking about taking third and fourth bases here. How are we going to want to split this map? Do we want to split it diagonally down the middle? Do we want to split it differently? Looks like My Life for Ire just going to do a push straight up into the main or into the middle of the map. Tanks remaining unsieged. Now siege up while there's vultures laying mines around. Looks like it's not quite enough though. And now it's roughly equal number of tanks. Well, the vulture sacrifices himself to save a tank. And now tank count roughly equal down here at the bottom of the map. And now the tank line is starting to become clear. Like, how are we going to split this? If we look at pink and we look at blue, we can very clearly see, okay, here's where we're drawing the lines in the sand. I say that as My Life for Ire decides to attack in, conga lined into siege tanks, loses almost every tank, kills very few. Still 4 tanks remaining to denying this base, as well as these spider mines. There's a lot of tanks in reserve for My Life for Ire. There's a lot of supply for LDC the Law as well. So, despite fighting with smaller groups of units, both players are doing their due diligence in macroing up large numbers of units. My Life for Ire deciding to take the bottom right base, eschewing the normal third base position, and almost giving up, it seems like, on ever taking this 12 o'clock positioning. My Life for Ire not interested in and contesting the 12 o'clock. Instead, really looking to push through the middle of the map. And now a Wraith hits the field. So all of a sudden my Life for Hire is like, oh great, now I gotta make Goliaths. You're gonna kill 1 or 2 tanks before the Goliaths get built to move all the way across the map. Okay, you got me. Vultures once again diving in, trying to get mines. LDC the Law continuously trying to do this with Vultures and has had mixed success with it. That mine doing great work. And now another tank going down, so this Vulture's doing his best. There's the round of Goliaths going to be marching across the map. Race from Life for Hire also picking off tanks of LDC the Law. So both players deciding, you know what, let's just build Wraiths and kill tanks, which is a pretty decent strategy. Once again, a Vulture dive. But there's still no Goliaths for LDC the Law. Instead, just trying to move in with tanks. And these 3 Wraiths are going to start actually killing tanks at a rate that matters. LDC the Law, no 4th base yet. My Life for Hire, also no 4th base yet. Space being denied by his own spider mine. And now it looks like a singular Goliath going to be able to fend away these 3 Wraiths from killing every single tank that was here. Both players going for 1-1 before the normal 2-0 upgrade. 2-0, of course, being the upgrade that allows tanks to 2-shot each other instead of 3-shot each other. Do 3 Wraiths actually kill 1 Goliath? Okay. Looks like it. It's pretty close. Oh. A good clump more brace. And now we've re-established the sieging position for the natural. So my Life for Hire are doing a great job at making sure that they're utilizing all available tactics in terms of where they're drawing the lines. So LDC the Law not taking advantage of the fact that he almost controls that space, which allows my Life for Hire to get further ahead. Still a very close game at this point, though. Is that out of tank range? That's insane. How does this game work, man? Tank ranges just don't make sense. So a lot of tanks for my Life for Hire. A lot of tanks for LDC the Law. Both players trying to take 4th bases on top of each other. Wraiths flying through. Going to try to deny this base. And LDC the... Wow! LDC the Law just taps out. My Life for Hire had the siege over here, and the Wraiths were denying the 3rd, but I did not think that game was close to over. I felt like LDC Law had plenty of play left in that game. Wow. But GG's out. And that will send us to game number 2. Okay. Game number 2 between My Life for Hire and the Law. It will be on clay fields. A long map possibility. We're just going to go ahead and go into it. All right, in the top left, as the yellow Terran, representing Team Passion Daddies, we have Ash LDC The Law. And in the bottom right, as the light pink Terran, representing Team Socialized Healthcare, we have My Life for Hire. So earlier today we saw like a 45 or 50 minute TVT on clay fields. Involved a lot of trading bases back and forth, dropping everywhere, battle cruisers, the whole shebang. And I'm curious to see whether that's just a staple of this map, whether it kind of leads us to those types of Terran vs. Terran games, or whether it can end quickly. Additionally, Ash LDC The Law, again, I think maybe left that game a little bit earlier than required, but like how is their mental fortitude? Can they rally back, play a solid macro game, or are they going to try to do something crazy and try to win a game? Still no gas for LDC The Law. So, probably looking to do some sort of barracks expand, which is a little unusual in Terran vs. Terran. You usually just see a factory expand. It's just super safe, super good. But, gas expand, as long as you can survive a siege push, will put you into a solid economic part of the game. Now, My Life for Hire hasn't pulled guys off of gas yet. Last time I said, hey, usually when you don't pull guys off of gas, that means you're trying to build 2 or 3 factories before you expand. The last time we saw a command center before the second factory, I believe. Pretty sure. It's like a gas steal for My Life for Hire, but joke's on them. It's a gas expand. So, just going to send the Marines up there and to deal with it. Not a big deal. No problem. Still no factory down for either player. Of course, one player does not have gas, so it's somewhat understandable. There is no factory. Factory now started for My Life for Hire. This Marine should be able to go back up into the main, kill the refinery, get back to business. I do not think that this SCV is mining, which is rather unfortunate, because you will almost never notice that in a game. You will only notice it when looking from a third perspective. So, natural gas going to be the choice of first gas for LDC The Law. And now LDC The Law is going to need to boost some tanks out, or do some vulture mine stuff. We did see that LDC Law does enjoy running in with vultures, killing a lot of mines and stuff, and then having the mines kill everything. So I'm interested to see, is that going to be the defense, or is it going to be like siege tanks sieging outside of the bunker type of defense? This factory just now started. Second gas is up. I almost said, hey, there's only one guy on gas, completely forgetting that there's a second gas in the main. So here it comes. Gas expand versus a 2 factory with siege. To be very difficult to deal with because your siege tank and siege mode is just so much later. And that factory, I think, blocks the machine shop of this factory as well. So going to have to do a little bit of a shuffle, which delays the tank even more. Yep, shuffle has commenced, moved it over 1 square. And now here comes the add-on. The tanks are out with siege from my life for ire. So I'm going to be able to push across the map, put some pressure on this bunker, on the barracks, before the siege gets up for LDC the Law. Or LDC the Law will just get a free gas expand with no punish from the 2 factory play of my life for ire. But the time is running out. 3rd tank on the way. SCVs have been pulled. I believe that is for the pressure and not for the expansion. Expansion is done, of course, as well. Maybe delayed the push out more than necessary. And I don't think there's siege mode yet. There's just going to be tanks. So there's going to be siege tanks outside of the base, which is normal tanks. And looks like the game plan's a lot of tanks. 3 factories with machine shops going to be able to pump out a lot of tanks, but barracks is here. Tanks should be shortly following. And there's not much that LDC the Law can do from this position. Tank sieging outside of range of this bunker means the bunker goes down. And once the bunker goes down, there's only 1 tank on the field. More tanks are on the way, but there's not quite enough. Marines going down. Lots of vultures and Marines going to be able to come in, kill 1 tank before the tanks even get within range of the others. Will the repair be enough on this other tank? I don't believe so. The tank that came up will be allowed to take down the tank from LDC the Law, and now LDC the Law is in trouble. Tank siege in the natural. 3rd tank coming up. We still have vultures and SCVs from my life for ire. And now SCVs going to work, trying to battle to save the expansion, but siege tanks are sieged up. Going to be able to deny this expansion almost all the way. LDC the Law, bad rally on the vulture, going to come down, try to put mines, but it's just not enough. And now, where are the tanks? Where are the follow-up tanks? Is there siege mode? Siege mode is done. We're going to be able to put it on the high ground, but the barracks is getting high ground vision. So it's not going to be quite enough to kill all of the siege tanks down in the natural. And LDC the Law taps out. My life for ire with a very quick 2-0 against Ash LDC the Law. A great set. To round out this series. It's a clean sweep. That's pretty brutal. Socialized healthcare. 8-0 in games for Tier 3 against Passion Daddies. Completing the clean sweep for the matchup. We didn't even get to see Overwatch today. We just went Bloody Ridge, Clayfields. Okay, Bloody Ridge, Clayfields. Okay, Bloody Ridge, Clayfields. So, that is the end of that week's of games. And I know, I said that I would be doing 3 weeks of games going into week 6. Passion Daddies versus Socialized Healthcare. However, I do not have those replays just yet. I was hoping I would get them at some point during this 6 hours of casting. I do in fact have the Week 6 Operation Indecision versus whoever they played that week. I don't remember. But I'm not sure if those have been cast yet. It's definitely possible that they have. And it looks like they were cast. So, I actually don't have my Week 6 replays ready to go. Otherwise, I would have absolutely jumped in and gotten those taken care of as well. So, what that means is that I will be harassing my replay guy in order to send me more replays. I will be casting a good bit more tomorrow, trying to catch up on a lot of the CPL games, because even if they're not the highest level of skill of play, they're still very interesting game states that you wind up in, and so hopefully they're still enjoyable for you all to watch. I definitely enjoy casting them, because you never know what to expect. They're always an adventure. So that's going to be it for me for this evening. I need to get food, drink a whole lot of water because my throat is killing me, and harass my replay guy for more castable replays. Hope you all enjoyed. My name's ZenoAkoop. I casted all the games today. And if you liked what you saw and wanted to get involved, definitely make sure you stop by the Coach Pupil League Discord. There's a lot of awesome people there. Let people know how you want to help, whether it's playing, coaching, casting. There's plenty of stuff to do to help generate more foreign Brood War content. Have a good evening, everyone. This is Zeno signing off.